Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another day here, another season of the HomeStory Cup, HomeStory Cup number 28. So the group stage, I'm of course just your host, VIP, and with me I'm joined by these amazing players and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, welcome, one and all. As we continue our coverage of HomeStory Cup, again, HomeStory Cup was almost at this point 2 weeks ago, and we yesterday went through Group A. We're slowly working our way through the group stage into the playoffs, catching up on matches that we otherwise did miss out on this channel. Again, typically we have traditionally we have been the B stream for HomeStory Cup for the past like almost 5 years, but in the most recent HomeStory Cup we were not available, so missed out on those games. We missed out on those games, missed out on those matches, and we're here to catch up. We're here to catch up as we quickly switch us over and catch up on the matches themselves. Here we go. Of course, for the group stage is a round robin group stage. Round robin, pure best of threes. I know in the past we have had some best of two formats in the group stage, but here pure best of threes between all these players, and we have quite a lineup here. Group B does consist of players like Serral, Ryung, Jumy, sOs, and MaNa. We do have a hefty amount of players here, and we'll see how they compare to each other. Here we go. We do have a couple of mirror matchups. We're going to be starting things off with a PvP between sOs and Jumy, and then we're getting into the rest of the matches themselves. Serral versus Ryung, Ryung versus Jumy, Ryung versus MaNa, Ryung versus sOs, and sOs versus Serral. Oh boy. So we'll get there. We will get there. Up first, though, we do have our PvP, and we're going to be jumping into our initial series of the broadcast. Game 1 is going to be on Tourmaline. Let's go. Let us go. Again, our current plan is to go through all the groups, group A, B, C, and D. I will say that C and D are going to be cut up into multiple broadcasts just because there are even more worthwhile matches to cover, as those groups were even more stacked, I would say, even more stacked, even more intense when it comes to the caliber of players in group C and D. We'll get there. We'll get there. I was also a little bit on the fence whether or not we should actually cover the playoffs, but in the end, may as well. Like, why not, Bobby? Why not? But now, this morning in the right-hand corner of Tourmaline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is sOs. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. Go. Here we go. We are getting into our fresh best of 3, and getting into this, we're going to be loading into Tourmaline. Tourmaline being one of the more aggressive maps in the map pool, and we'll see how aggressive our players are planning on being here. Bearing in mind, this is going to be a Streamer Zone showdown with both Jumy and sOs being on Streamer Zone, both representing the same team, and we'll see how they compare to each other. sOs, of course, has a plethora of experience behind him. The kebab. Infamous food item at HomeStory Cup. True. But yeah, sOs, he has a plethora of experience behind him. Of course, he is a world champion. He did take a massive break from the game and recently came back, recently joined Streamer Zone, and has been looking decent. I will say that he still has a ways to go to kind of reclaim that kind of stage or area that he was once in. I will say that nowadays as well, sOs is a little bit less creative and less bombastic and less chaotic as well. He's even said this in interviews. I think it was during the RSL interviews. Oh, Jesus, it looks like there were some connectivity issues, but hopefully everything does clean up. But sOs, he spoke about how, like, I think Rogue did the same thing, where they both mentioned how nowadays, like, they're a little bit more lukewarm, or they're a little bit more tame compared to what they once were, and they're less chaotic and less aggressive, and they take more standard approaches at times. Not saying that sOs never cheeses or never does think outside the box, but maybe not the same way that he used to in the past. So we'll see how sOs does approach Jumy. Again, we've been seeing a lot more standard play, but it's a PvP, so we expect to see chaos in PvP. We expect to see aggression. We expect it. For now, we do have sOs cutting corners, going for a more economic start. As you can see here, one gate opener. So gate, a cyber expand into a safety shield battery here, hyper greed out of sOs. Meanwhile, Jumy going for a standard 2-gate opener. Jumy did not scout. Ooh, no pro scout out of Jumy, so he doesn't know that he can punish, instead going for a later sentry hallucination scout. By the time he realized what's going on, I mean, it's too late to throw down a robo, to throw down a reaction, to throw down a 1-base all-in. So now it confirms that, again, the gateways are far later. sOs will get away with greed. We'll get away with it. Meanwhile, we're getting to our take of choice. Twilight Council opener out of Jumy. Does that up here, and Jumy's gonna try to react with aggression. Okay, so this makes sense. Once again, just to re-emphasize, SOS did cut a lot of corners in the early game. He is being very greedy, and I mentioned that it was a late scout and a late reaction out of Jumy, but he is reacting here. Oh, Forge back at home tells us that we're getting greater upgrades. +1 is going to be on the way. Blink is going to be on the way. No, we're going for the Dark Shrine. Proxy Dark Shrine in the center of the map here. Ooh, okay, bold move here by Jumy. We'll see if this works out. Unfortunately, SOS is playing safe. Again, we just spoke about this, right? How SOS in the past used to be hyper aggressive. Here he's being hyper greedy and very safe as well. Going for a faster Nexus, going for later gateways, but going for a Robo before taking a third. Again, this is a third base after the Robo, so he has access to detection. Just very, very safe follow-up here by SOS. And we'll see if he does get the Observer. There it is. Observer is on the way. So we'll have detection. SOS didn't scout the cheese, didn't scout the proxy, but he will have the tools to defend. We'll have the tools. Behind this, Blink is delayed here for Jumy because of the Dark Shrine. Jumy now setting up for a third base. SOS, his is already halfway done. Now SOS does move out and does actually miss the proxy. Okay, so these DTs actually have potential here. Not too much, but potential is definitely there. Oh, the Observer does spot. No. SOS, no reaction. He doesn't notice. No reaction. He does not pull back. He does not notice. He could, of course, try to recall back home. But DT's waddling in. SOS, he does find the lack of expansion. And Jumy, can we commit to some kind of base trade here? He's going for the pylon. Going for the pylon, boys are being pulled. Oh, Jumy taking a lot of hits on his stalkers. Oh, that pylon is so tanky. Shatters to the shield battery, and SOS he commits in. He commits into the natural, takes down the DT. SOS does bleed out 15 probes though. Yeah, 15, 16 probes. These DTs are wreaking havoc. They're doing too much damage. They're doing too much. And there's a recall. There's a recall back home. It is, detection is available. DTs are hunted down, and now we need to take a moment here to take stock. So both armies back off from each other. Both players have quote-unquote defended. SOS is down to 35 probes, meanwhile Jumy down to 34. Jumy, he didn't lose as many workers, but he never had a third base, so he had less workers to begin with. SOS still has a third. SOS is ahead. He is ahead. He's on 3 bases. He can replenish his workers that much faster. He has a greater economy, and of course he has detection as well. Well, does Jumy have Blink? Jumy has Blink, and Jumy has +1. So when it comes to a fight without the Immortal coming into play, Jumy can actually come out on top. Blowing the army out. Ooh, timing on the Immortal. One more volley. What a last. Oh my god, the Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. And Jumy, does he have enough here? Oh, he does have a lower stalker count. Yeah, he has less stalkers. SOS does bully him back. And behind this we have another Immortal. SOS is holding his own. Switching to charge. This is a way to skip tech and to build up a greater army here against Blink Stalkers. Jumy is building up. Yeah, as Jumy tries to knock down the front door, SOS he does counterattack, denying mining, 0 mining here at the natural. Do we pull the boys? Do we? Jumy's just going for the 2 base all in. I mean, again, he never got a third, right? He never got a third base. Jumy is 2 base all in. Trying to push into 3 immortals though. Ay, ay, ay. The longer this game goes on, the better it is for SOS. He's warping in more charge lots. The boys have arrived. As Jumy, he tries to dive in here, and he's losing every single worker. Likewise, he does focus on one of the immortals, but there's still 2 left. There's still 2 immortals, down to 1. One immortal remaining. But GG gets called. Yeah, GG gets called. SOS, he defends, he survives, and SOS will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SOS surviving the aggression of Jumy. Again, SOS went for a very greedy build, safe follow-up into a faster third base, macroing up into a longer game. Jumy did recognize the greed of SOS, and he tried to punish, but it was such a late scout, late reaction, late punish, to the point where it didn't really achieve anything. I mean, I say that the DTs did kill a lot of probes, that is true, but he himself didn't have any workers to begin with anyway, so it wasn't enough to recover, it wasn't enough to equalize. Jumy stayed behind. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be following our players into game number 2, and we'll see if Jumy can bounce back and recover as we load into Mothership. Let's go. Let us go. As Mothership is one of the larger and more massive maps in the map pool, of course, a 3-player spawn map. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom side of Mothership, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone, as well as our teammates. It is Jumy. Here we go. So getting into that second game. Whew. And again, a much larger map this time. As a result, there's a higher chance that Jumy himself could even be greedy and could try to keep up with the economy of SOS. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on the gateways, we'll keep an eye on the initial setup. Again, one of the reasons why game 1 worked so well for SOS was because Jumy did delay his probe scout. I say delay, he just never went for one. He never went for a probe scout. So Jumy was working with a lot of information. Meanwhile, Jumy going Nexus first. Okay, hyper greed here. This is the greediest build you can go for in PvP. We often do see like gate expands or gate cyber expands, which is what we saw last game out of SOS. But here, straight Nexus first. You cannot get greedier than this. Okay. So Jumy's going to be cutting corners, and again, this makes a lot of sense on the Mothership because the map is so large, and because it's more difficult to scout and figure out where your opponent is, and because there's less of a chance that SOS would go for an all-in, you can cut corners like this. So Nexus first out of Jumy, SOS not too far behind goes Gate Expand. Gate Expand, so a slightly later expansion, but still economic here from SOS. So again, both players being greedy, both players being economic. SOS does move out with his probe scouts, and SOS he will find Jumy, and no probe scout whatsoever. The downside here, of course, is that Jumy won't see his opponent. He won't know where his opponent is spawning into. The upside is, of course, he does have more mining for longer. I say that does have a worker patrolling here. And the probe does slip in. Okay, SOS. So he doesn't just find Jumy, he also confirms how early the Nexus is, as he can compare it with his own, right? He can compare it with his own timing. It's faster. Must have been Nexus first. Now the problem is that because of SOS's build himself, he doesn't really have a way to punish. Oh, he's going for a Stargate response though. Stargate into Oracle harass to try to get ahead economically, to try to catch up. Again, there is a lot of pressure on SOS to kill probes, and this is the way to do it. So far, good reactions here by SOS. Adepts are moving out. SOS does threaten dive. Again, two up saying one-shot probes. can one shot, shading into the mineral line. So far, 1, 2, 3 probes going down. 4 probes even. Ay, ay, ay. Nice damage here by SOS. And does he even shade away? No shot. He does shade away as well. So SOS does pull out. Behind this, Oracle's making his way into the bases, checking Jumy's vision. He did scout. Jumy is aware of the Stargate. Jumy is aware of the Oracle. Okay. So the Adepts, they do a lot of damage. The Oracle should not. That's 1 probe. Just 1, 5 in total. And already, because of this economic damage, SOS, he reclaims, or he does gain a lead. He does gain a lead here. SOS makes up for his later expansion, catching another probe. 6 probes going down. SOS has done enough. He's done enough. Oh my god, he just finds every probe here as another probe tries to be sent out. Jumy, he cannot leave. Behind this, Twilight Counts when forged. Standard follow-up out of Jumy going +1 on Blink. SOS looking to expand himself. Double Oracle can one-shot probes. Jumy's in position. Jumy's ready. Jumy zones away at the same time. It ups a thread and a shade into the natural. Jumy this time is keeping up. But again, Jumy's contained, which means SOS can expand. And there it is, third. Third base is on the way for SOS, so SOS is getting further ahead. In a mirror matchup, this is terrifying. Again, you saw it in the last game as well. But because you have the same tools as your opponents, being up a base is huge. Being up in economy is huge. As 2 more probes go down, both Oracles do get away. Now, just like last time, Jumy's 1 advantage is +1. +1 does mean that his army is going to be a little bit stronger. Jumy going for the ninja expansion. Going for the spray. So this tells us a couple of things. 1, Jumy is not going to go for a 2-base all-in, right? Otherwise, this Nexus could be extra gateways. So no timing attack, no 2-base all-in out of Jumy. Instead, going for a ninja base, hoping he can try to macro out of this. The downside, of course, is that this Nexus, it's going to be difficult to saturate. He can recall, true, he can recall over to saturate the base. That's going to be the best call. Oh, Jumy double expanding? Oh. I mean, he needs to make it look like he's playing standard. But this is a big investment here, double expanding. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Okay. We'll see if he can we'll see if this can bail. We'll see if Jumy can get away with this. SOS is now moving out. He has Blink. Just now starting up +1 and getting to charge. SOS moving in to deny the third. He might even just break the army, to be honest. SOS is up in Stalkers. What's the sentry? Oh! He takes a lot of hits. Warprint does finish. Jumy holds. Jumy does hold at the same time. Double Oracle into the natural. Army's out of position. Probes getting 1 shot. 3, 4 probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. Again, SOS still maintaining that economic lead. From here, we're just slowly building up. Because Jumy didn't go for an earlier all-in, it does mean that SOS is just building up a greater and greater army. Things are looking very bleak here for Jumy. Now, there is a chance that Jumy can fight with his better upgrades, that Jumy can fight with his cannons and shield batteries and take a bit of a more defensive stance here. That might be enough to swing some of the fight in his favor. We'll see how SOS does approach this. The other scary thing, Jumy doesn't see the army. He doesn't see the army, so SOS technically could position himself here outside of the natural and then peel off into the mineral line. We'll see. But now there's Revelation. SOS spots the main army. SOS does rotate. Jumy, he does take a worker lead, true. So if SOS doesn't do anything soon, Jumy can recover supply-wise. Like this ninja base, it is paying off. And if SOS doesn't move in, then Jumy can recover. He can recover and take a lead. And Jumy just needs more time. Needs more time here. Again, there's a big opening. There's a massive opening here. SOS, does he go for it? He does. Yeah, makes his way in. Makes his way in. Rope is exposed. Jumy's out of position. Completely out of position. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Zelsay bust in. SOS has to be careful. Nice stasis. Very nice stasis. Stasis goes off. 10 probes going down. SOS, he can threaten the main army. Nice hold position micro. SOS moving in, catching an Archon. Yeah, just picking Jumy apart, getting an Archon. Collapsing into the third. Stasis trap does run out. And SOS, he may have to get the hell out of here. Yeah, he kites back. As he kites back, Zelsay peel up into the middle line. There's an Archon to defend. Ah, the Archon goes down. Ooh. A nice time to Jumy. He does get 2 Archons. 3. Does pick up 3 Archons. And again, on the one hand, Jumy did lose a lot of probes, but again, that ninja base being fully up and running allows Jumy to keep up. Jumy's keeping up. Morphing in more Archons. Ooh, and actually, I do now favor Jumy's position here. SOS lost a bunch of Archons. His push here was quite expensive. He didn't just lose those Zealots, but his high-tech units as well. Jumy preserved his own Archons, and now Jumy's getting up to 6 Archons. So I am liking Jumy's position here. In the end, that ninja base did come into play. Did help him recover. SOS was too passive. Do you think that SOS just waited a little bit too long? Ooh. As the harass continues. We're even catching out 2 Eye Templar. Oof. Both Templar go down. But SOS, he should not be pushing in. Again, SOS, his army it's just too poor. What I mean by that, how do you counter Mass Zealot? Mass Archon, right? This is a superior composition for Jumy. Even though the supplies are similar, the soup is lying. The soup is lying to you. SOS does get into the mineral line though. Okay. Does get into the mineral line. SOS, he cannot fight head on. He has to get the hell out of here. Yeah, 6 round too long. 6 round too long. He's out a lot of units here, and Jumy's giving chase. Same time, SOS going for more run-bys. Again, the harassment from SOS has been solid. He's killed 15 probes. A lot of workers have gone down, but what about the main army? What about that main army? As again, Jumy still retains all of those Archons. And I would say that Jumy's ahead. At this point, Jumy is ahead. He's outscaling SOS. How many Archons? 9! 9, so it'd be 10 Archons back. That's a lot of Archons. And again, Jumy's done it. Jumy at this point, he has done it. He breaks the expansion, now moving in. And again, SOS did an amazing job when it comes to harassing. How many probes has he killed? 45. 45 probes have gone down for Jumy. But again, he could afford those losses. He could afford it. Unironically, this ninja base from Jumy won in the game. It's straight up. As SOS posturing, Jumy is maxed out. Jumy getting up to 11 Archons. Now we see a Bay on the way as well for Disruptors. SOS does commit. Does commit in. Likewise, Jumy has the high ground. Jumy has the greater concave. He has got to control the ramp. Jumy has the ramp back. Yeah, so he's trying to force his way in. God. And with that, Jumy, he should take the better fight here. Pushing on forward. Jumy has slightly better upgrades. And SOS is just being bullied back. At the same time, SOS does kill a mineral line. But the main army, fam. SOS kiting back. Losing all of his Archons. The Immortals are now exposed. Now we see the Immortals, oh, barely not going down. Jumy waiting for reinforcements. Getting extra warp-ins. Catching out another Immortal. There's one Immortal left. Down to one Immortal. Down to 0. GG gets called. And Jumy, he does tie things up. We are going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3. Again, Jumy, he had a very rough start and very rough setup when in regards to his economy. He was losing a lot of workers, a lot of probes going down to the Adept harass, the Oracle harass. Again, the harass and the run-bys from SOS were amazing. They were solid. Like, they were doing so much damage, but there was the Ninja Base. The Ninja Base did get saturated, did get fully up and running, and allowed Jumy to sustain those losses, sustain them, and to build up a greater army. Slowly build up that greater army with that. GG, well played. And with that, we're now getting into the ace match, loading into game number 3. Let's go. Let's go. We'll see how this story ends. We'll see who will claim it. Let's go. Make sure you got some water. Like, gonna be a long stream. Yes, yes. Make sure to hydrate, man. Make sure to hydrate. Nah. And spawning in the top right hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone being forced into a tied series. It is SOS. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the German Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. Go. We've made it, man. We've made it. Made it to the ace match here, and again, this can go either way. I will say that I do still lean towards SOS when it comes up to the favorite player here, but hey, Jumy was able to get a fast one over on SOS by going for said Ninja Base, so we'll see what other shenanigans Jumy has ready for us this time. In game 1, he attempted DTs, got shut down. Game 2, Ninja Base, got away with it. Game 3, what do you have for us? What are you on about, Iceland, papi? Yeah. Oh no. Tried to tune into a hot pond stream and ended here. Ah. Is that what the pond card should have been called? The hot pond tub stream. Oh god. Get out there. For now, double gate opener here by Jumy. Likewise, 2-gate opener out of SOS. So for the first time this series, standard openers. Remember, in game 1 we had SOS being greedy and Jumy trying to punish that. In game 2 we had both players cutting corners and even Jumy going straight up Nexus first. Here in game 3, 2-gate openers all around. We're calming down. Oh, okay, so Stalker Adept out of Jumy, meanwhile Sentry Expand out of SOS. Cancel the Zealots. Oh no, he fails to look him in. Does fail to look him in, but does barely get the Nexus. That was close, that almost got punished. But basically what was happening here, that Zealot was a fake out, making it look like he was making 2 units, luring the probe in, and then canceling, and then throwing down said Nexus. So again, a greedier build here by SOS. Does go for a greedier start. Pylon blocks across the map, delaying the base of Jumy. So SOS, he will have the slightly better economy, at least currently, and the pressure is now on Jumy to make up for that. Pressure is on. Ooh, SOS setting up a proxy pylon here on the right-hand side. Interesting. You have my attention. Attention here. Behind this, you do see that Jumy is not going into a Twilight Council. For the first time this series, going to be opening up Robo. So Robo into a Forge, into a more Immortal heavy composition. This typically does build up and does hit with +2. So you get +1, then +2. By the time you get +2, you're on 3 bases. You have your Mass Immortals, and you get into most likely Glaive Adepts. But we'll keep an eye on Jumy. Oh, because SOS is pushing here right now. Yeah, SOS behind this, getting a 3rd gateway, early blink, a proxy pylon, getting a 4th gateway, 2 base, 4-gate blink out of SOS. SOS being hyper aggressive, and Jumy doesn't know. Yeah, Jumy, he's not fully aware of this. He doesn't see the proxy, he doesn't see the move out, so Jumy's playing blind. Does have a battery that's halfway done, but it's going to come down to the force fields. He gets hooked in. Ooh, Jumy gets caught. Yeah, Jumy gets caught, losing 1, 2 sentries and a stalker. Yeah, massive loss for Jumy, who loses his army. Boys are being pulled. Battery does go down. And we're waiting for warpins. We're expecting extra warpins here. As SOS, he is overwhelming. The Immortal has arrived. Where are those warpins, by the way? They're late. They're just now coming in. And again, overall, that was a better trade for SOS. But now there is that one Immortal. And there's another battery. Another battery. Jumy, he's holding on. Blink is now finishing up. Not getting to blink. SOS has to make a choice. Does he commit into an all-in or does he expand? What's the plan? I mean, again, he does have extra gateways. Got 11 Stalkers. Hey, 2-shot. And blinks in. P3. Yeah, there we go. The first Immortal does go down. Tanks a lot of volleys, though. And Jumy's holding. And Jumy is holding on. Just barely. Once again, they're waiting for extra warpins. I think the shields were triggered for Jumy. Yeah, so as he wants to go for the dive. There it is, triggers the shields. Shields run out, blinks in. 2 shots. It takes down the Immortal, but one more Immortal does barely pop out in time. Jumy trying to hold on. On, 8 probes go down. Jumy, he's holding. He's holding. He's surviving. SOS, he knows that he expands, yeah. So SOS, he has recognized that he can no longer kill Jumy. He cannot kill him. Cannot break him. Forced to expand. On the one hand, SOS will now be looking to take an economic lead. On the other hand, Jumy, he might be able to turn this into a 2-base all-in. Let's go charge. If you remember at the very beginning, we spoke about how this will hit and kind of lead into a +2 timing. +2 is on the way. Remember, what does SOS have? +0. SOS, he has 0 upgrades, but very greedy here, and I do actually like this. So SOS, he's very far behind when it comes to upgrades. Why? He was all in. Like, he was all in. The all in has failed, but how do you recover from that? Disruptors. Disruptors are, they don't care about upgrades. They don't care about upgrades. So having lack of upgrades here, disruptors are a good way to recover, to have a comparable army, if not a greater army. Disruptor production has begun. And this is a way for SOS to fight back. SOS does catch the Adepts. Jumy finds a proxy. shut them down. Disruptors, they are kind of like the superior setup here. Hallucination does spot one of the disruptors though. Yeah, Jumy doing a double take. He's like, hold on. What do you have here? What have you done? And again, this will put a lot of pressure here on Jumy. Jumy still has no expansion. He's still very much the 2-base all-in. Either Jumy kills SOS or he dies trying. No, as he moves out, SOS moves in. This is delaying Jumy. Yeah, big delay. Jumy's now moving out. Here comes the rest of the army. Here comes the prism. Again, it's all or nothing. But he's pushing. He's all-inning into 4 disruptors. We got 3 and we got 1 more on the way. Ay. It might just be too late. I mean, it just comes down to the Novas. Do they connect? Do they not? But the problem is that Jumy's army is less mobile. He has no blink. He has no blink. It is much easier for the Novas to connect. Prism goes down, or fake prism. So there's no distraction. Army moves in. Forced to be 5 Novas. First Nova gets wasted. 4 Novas left. We have Jumy coming in for the flank. Oh! Nova goes off. Ooh, connects with the Archon. And nice connection here on the cells as well. 1 disruptor goes down, another Nova. Oh, does overextend actually. Okay, Jumy up, getting in trouble with the Stalkers. The Novas were not good enough. They were not good enough here. Does get an Archon. Disruptors are they about to reset? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they're going to reset here. Stalkers, they push on forward. Oh no! Nova's massive connections. Catching out the Zealots, catching out the Immortals. Ay. Oh, a bit of friendly fire. Yeah, a bit of friendly fire, but it's fine. SOS, he will shut this down. GG gets called, and SOS, he will claim the series 2-1, taking down Jumy. GG. Whew. GG, well played. SOS, he will claim the series. Again, just a really rough game state there for Jumy, being forced into a 2-base all-in. It was all or nothing there for Jumy, and in the end, he did have nothing left. Trying to all-in into Disruptor specifically is brutal. Jumy had a really nice defense, though. Like, initially, remember, he had a really nice defense. He defended, he protected his natural. That was the moment when SOS had to make the decision to expand. But as we mentioned, SOS, he also was able to buy enough time for Mass Disruptor. Bought enough time. GG. GG, well played. Whew, with that, SOS does claim the series. Does start things off with a win here, but now it's time to feature some of the other players in the group. We have SOS, we have Jumy, we also have a Zerg and a Terran player as well. We have Serral, and we also have Ryung. Oh boy. So versus Ryung is going to be coming up next in a ZVT. Jumy and SOS, don't worry, we'll be seeing more of them in the future, of course. This is a round robin group stage. They got plenty of games ahead of them, plenty more games to come. We'll get there. We will get there. For now, we're going to be loading into Title Citadel. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of Title Citadel, we have the red Zerg player. We have the red Zerg player, the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Terran player, the blue Terran. We have the South Korean Terran for Team Vitality. It is Ryung. Here we go. We're getting into our best of. We're getting to our best of 3, getting into game number 1 here. Title Citadel is one of the more interesting maps out there and often vetoed. Is a larger map of the map pool. It has a gold base on the left hand side, but also has some really awkward bases back at home. The 3rd and 4th base are very spread out and very isolated from each other. So even defensive rotations can be very awkward. Trying to defend your bases back at home, trying to keep up with the movement of your opponents. army vision or map vision, map control, map awareness is even more crucial here on Title Citadel in the mid game. Is more crucial. Meanwhile, straight up CC first. Okay. CC first out of Ryung, cutting corners, being a little bit greedier here. At the same time, Serral going for his own delayed hatchery. Early pool. Okay. I see you. So earlier pool, earlier gas, later hatchery out of Serral. You don't often see this out of our Finnish Zerg player. Okay. Now, as a result, we have earlier queens, earlier Ling production. The downside is that Serral cannot punish this. Because this CC is so fast, it will finish by the time Lings get across the map. Even though these are earlier Lings, they're not early enough to punish this. So when it comes to the openers, I do favor Ryung's position, but I do feel like Serral has potential here because you look at this. Link speed is on the way, and Serral, he's staying in gas. You typically pull out. You typically pull out of gas to be able to be more efficient here. And when it comes to early game mining, the extra gas means we can go for a faster Baneley Nest, for a Bane Bust. We can go for a faster Lair. We can go for a faster Tech. So this is a very aggressive, very sinister build by Serral. Very sinister. He's link flooding. Okay. He's going for the link flood. You can see he pulls out of gas. But he did mine up to almost 100 gas. He did scout the CC's already done. The orbital's morphing in. Behind this, racks into factory. Into reactor Hellion. Lings, they keep rallying. And Serral, he wants to at least take control of the low ground. It looks like Serral, because he scouted the faster CC, he decided to pull out and not invest into a faster lair. So they move in. They hit the middle line. They go for the Marine! Oh no! Yeah, the Marine is going to get surrounded! Oh my god, Marine barely gets picked up. Lings, they commit. And SCVs are going down. Massive big ups here. 3 SCV kills. Hellions, they just now pop out. That's going to be 5 SCVs. Does confirm the 3 CC. Ooh, we're getting another SCV towards the end. Yeah, 6 SCV kills. Likewise, gets a full scout of the main. Confirms the 1-1-1. Confirms the later command center. Serral, he sees all. Does see all, does know all. Behind this, Ryung going into a Viking. Interesting. So Ryung, he is willing to play mech. I bring this up just because Viking's going to be hunting down the Overlord. And we could go for an add-on swap. We could go for another tech structure. Add-on swap is on the way. Do we see another factory, another starport, or another axe? There it is. We have confirmation mech. We brought it up for a reason. So there it is. Second factory, no add-on swap, and now it makes sense why Ryung is opening Viking. He wants to deny vision, deny scouting, and make sure that Serral doesn't see what's happening in the main. Serral's gonna be playing blind. Here we go. I see Senor Mintler in the chat. Bienvenidos. Messian, who took it? If you're referring to the previous series, SOS. SOS. It was very close, very clutch in the ace match, but SOS did win in the end. Meanwhile, we do have a faster lair here by Serral. Tells going for the faster lair. Meanwhile, Ryung going for extra factories. No boy.
Queen birth successful.
And again, Serral has yet to slip into the main. To slip in behind this, going into battle mech. We do have, I said advanced ballistics. We have Macfield accelerators on the way. Getting into Macfields, getting into additional factories. SOS, sorry, Serral. Serral is going into his own Baliness, getting into Ling Bane. Again, Serral, he's unaware as to what's going on. Otherwise, he would be getting a Roach Warren. He's going Ling Bane Muta. Ooh, okay. Now, who hits first? That is the big question here. There's going to be a big window in time where Serral, he's going to have some Ling Bane. There's going to be 0-0 Ling Bane as well. I feel like Ryung can abuse. Ryung, he can abuse Serral. Depending on when he moves out, though. Bearing in mind that Ryung's been spending a lot of money here on his production, on his tech, on his upgrades. Blue Flame, Magfield, now his factories are getting underway. But again, will Ryung hit before Spire Tech? Spire at this point is halfway done. Yeah, mech has been confirmed. Overseer just sold the Cyclones. Now Serral knows. So where he's massing up more Ling Bane. Ryung does move out, and Ryung, can he break Serral? This is his time. Bane's speed is not yet done. Ryung, he's got to be more assertive here. Here, creep. Serral has to buy time for. He has to buy time for speed, Bane's speed. No, Ryung, he turns around. He turns around. He does race back home to defend. SCVs are going down, and Serral looks like he will buy time for Bane's speed again. Yeah, Ryung, he could have abused this. Could have gone for it. Yeah, he's being too conservative. He's being too conservative. He's just poking, prodding. Again, he can punish this main army. But now it's too late. The mutas are coming. And Ryung, he had potential. He had potential. At this point, Serral's defended. Yeah, at this point, Serral, he has defended. Setting up for a surround. Coming in from behind. Bailey's rolling on forward. Ryung has to get the hell out of here. Mutas now revealing themselves. Collapsing of the Cyclones. And Ryung, he will lose every Cyclone here. Oof. Expensive losses. Hellions likewise still getting picked up as well. Ryung does punish. At the same time, Serral gets into the mineral line. Spy, Zai's mining. Going for the gold, gaining map control. And setting up for roaches. I swear, so there we go. Roach 1 is done. I would say it's very, very risky here to stay on Ling Bane the way that Serral is against Battle Mech, but yeah, he's pulling it off. But there we go. Roach speed has begun, +1 range. Serral now building up a greater anti-mech army. Serral picks in, pulls away. Ryung is still on a 3-base setup. There's no need for Serral to actually break the third. It just has to wait, bide his time, max out, and wait for Ryung to attempt to expand. You mentioned earlier just how spread out these bases are on Titan Citadel. How isolated they are and difficult to defend. So he does right in the middle line. Opening up the wall. Wall opens up. And Serral's maxed out. There's got Roaches and Ravagers incorporated as well. And this should be the target. I mean, technically the fourth or the third. But now at this point, Ryung is split. He's spread out. Helium on right does hit the gold. Nice run by. Nice run by so far. Likewise, Helly's air poking on the south side as well. So finally going to be engaging. Now we get some okay mine connections. And while Serral distracts the moves, they do hit the third. So far, Ryung's holding on. He is holding on. Ideally, Serral, he does want to get rid of these mutas. As he bleeds out more mutas, replace them with more Ling Bane. That's a lot of Cyclones. Ryung trading well. He's getting on top of the gold. Serral's running him back at the same time. Nice baiting run by. Oof. Gets into the mineral line. Oh no, the SCVs! No! Oh my god, massive nation, 16 SCV kills. The SCVs go down. Serral, he defends, he attacks, he cripples the economy. And the Cyclones, they barely do not gain ground. They do not get onto the base. So just buying time. Infestors are soon to arrive. Getting to micro shot. Oh my god. Spas are connecting. Files, they connect. Meanwhile, big shout to see Grail in the chat. God, big God. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for subscribing for 36 months. 3 years. 3 years of support, Babi. God. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Este C Grail. And again, Ryung, as we mentioned, he failed to break. He failed to break that gold expansion, forced to rotate around instead. And now Serral, he's backing up those hungles. How many infestors? 5. 5 infestors with the main army. He's got those fungal growths ready. And now he can try to lock down Ryung. Oh, God. Very nice mine shots. So chat, do Cyclones have the speed upgrade? Cyclones have Macfield accelerators, if that's what you mean, which is not a speed upgrade. It does increase their damage output, if that's what you're referring to. He does push in towards the south side. Oof. Nice catch with the fungal. Down the Hellion Cyclone. Remember there was an upgrade that gave him the speed upgrade as well. Yeah, that was God. That had a name. Was it? No, it wasn't Karen Boosters, right? Oh, no, as we go for the fungal, okay. Sorry, as we go for the neural. Nearly the Cyclones. Yeah. As he can still plenty of energy. Still holding onto those fungals. It was a Hurricane Engines. That's it. I was trying to remember the name. That was removed a couple of years ago. That's it. I remember it was controversial because of the name, right? Like lore wise. Was that the upgrade where they changed the name? I mean, they removed it in the end, but yeah. Hurricane Engines. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, the Cyclone has gone through a lot of iterations, to be fair, right? Like, there's been... The Cyclone might be one of the most patched units, at least in Legacy of the Void. Like, it has gone through so many, like wide-spanning iterations as well. Not just, like, adjustments here and there, but, like, straight-up big changes. That's so good. But yeah, that was a couple of years ago. No, that's it. Was it called like Hurricane Thrusters initially, and then they changed it to Hurricane Engines because like Cyclones don't have thrusters? It was something. It was something like that. Something like that. They changed it to engines. But now though, again collapsing on the army. Ryung, he's trying to split up the attention here of Serral, but the Broodlords have arrived. Serral making that switch into Broodlord Infestor, into that greater composition, and unfortunately Ryung is still stuck on Battle Mech. So, sorry, we were a little bit distracted, but Battle Mech does not scale too well into a longer game. At a certain point, you have to switch out of Battle Mech into a more traditional composition. You do see we have Vikings on the way, Thors are on the way, but no solid tank count yet. We're still stuck on a much more vulnerable, a much more glass cannon kind of composition here. The advantage of Battle Mech is its mobility for sure, but that also does sacrifice it when it comes to a head-on fight. It is that much weaker. That's Broodlords moving in. As Ryung, he does establish a 5th base, true. Does get a 5th base up and running. So you can see he's been accumulating his bank. That's the most concerning thing here. So does have a massive bank. Now pushing forward. How many Thors are there? There's 4. So far, just 4 Thors. So moving in. And we're waiting for those neurals. Ideally, Serral does want to catch out those Thors with the neurals. Likewise, Fungal the Vikings. Speaking of, does catch a Cyclone. Whatever you can get. Yeah, Biles are away. Broodlord's going to town on the planetary. 26 SCV kills. Yeah, Leagues are getting to the middle line. SCVs are going down. Oh my god, the Biles connect. And not enough Vikings on a Fantayer. And Neurals the Viking. Kills the Raven. And Serral has none at this point. He has none. As we can see that Ryung's getting desperate, going for a massive counterattack. He does catch reinforcements, that is true. But he will lose the main fight. So he turns back around. Getting up the harassing force. One Broodlord gets left behind. Most of the Broodlords, actually. But Ryung, he's broke. Ryung, he is broke. He has no bank. Ryung, he's running out of steam, running out of money. Again, he's just been too cost inefficient throughout the course of this game. I mentioned earlier that he just split out and he was stuck on a Battle Mech for too long. He failed to break any of the bases or hinder the economy of Serral. Very nice Fungal. Counting out the Cyclones. It's fine. Ryung can just float buildings. Serral's cooked. True, true. Just float away, man. Float away. Escape the planet. Ah. It's again Ryung. He's still just doubling down on the battle mech. Let's go. Let's go. I mean, hey, we've had some nice run bys. Infestors, they're sharking in. Ravens do confirm. Ryung, he just wants to expand, Pap. He just wants an economy. Just wants to mine. So he does night mining, denies the northern base and the center. Now moving in. Oh, the army's trapped. Uh-oh. The infestors are pushing forward. Disable some of the infestors. Let's go. Blast Biles are connecting. Biles connect Neurals as well. And with that Ryung, he will lose everything. The entire army crumbles. GG gets called. And Serral, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral does take a lead in the series. Again, for the most part, Serral, he was looking very comfortable this game. I will say that Ryung had potential early on. If you remember, when Serral was going Ling Bane into mutas, there was a window in time at pre-muta and pre-baneling speed where Serral was vulnerable. And Ryung, he had potential to cripple. He could have crippled Serral 100%, but Ryung, he was so passive. He was playing so scared. Ryung, I feel like, was lacking some confidence there when it comes to pushing into the bases, as it looks like he didn't quite realize just the advantage that he had. If you remember, like, he had a massive army, and Serral was blindly going into Ling Bane muta before he confirmed it was mech, and Serral was exposed. He was exposed, he was vulnerable, the pants were down, but Ryung didn't take advantage. Was unable to take advantage. Serral got away with it, and then Serral snowballed from there. GG. GG, well played. There was definitely potential there for Ryung. Definitely potential. But now we're going to be loading into game 2. Going to be loading into Winter Madness. Let's go. Battlemaker's new anti-Serral build. I mean, if you're watching the game, like, Serral, he was never in any real danger, except for that early timing, just because Serral was playing blind, right? Again, like, Serral, he was blindly going into Ling Bane muta. Blindly was unaware of the extra factories until a little bit later when he was already committed. And there was definitely potential there for Ryung to break through, but it's lacking the confidence, maybe. But here we go. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the finished Zerg player. We have the red Zerg getting proxied. Representing Basilisk, it is Serral. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran going for the proxy 2 racks. It is Ryung. Let's go. We have our first and second ranks. Ryung committing here into his own bunker rush. Now, bearing in mind, it's only 2 racks, so this is not all in. You can transition out of this, you can macro out of this, but you do have to get some damage done nonetheless. So we'll see how Serral reacts. This second overlord should be parked outside of the natural, as you can see here. So he will see the SCVs, he will see the bunkers ahead of time. Serral doesn't scout the proxy, but he's in position to scout the SCVs at least. So based on the initial builds, things looking good. Hatch gas pool, standard opener out of Serral. Remember last game, Serral did go for the earlier spawning pool. That was actually crazy, by the way. Oh, okay. Ryung revealing 3 SCVs. Trying to force an overreaction. Okay. 3 SCVs are revealed. Basically, Ryung is making it look like a 3 racks. So he throws down the wall of bunkers. Boys are being pulled. Serral, he will shut this down. But he has to work through that bunker. We do have a full wall. Ryung gets 1. He gets 2 drones. 2 drones go down. That's a kill. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Ay, ay, ay. 3rd, 4th drone does fall, but we get us around. And catching out 2 Marines. That's still a lot of dead drones, though. 6 drone kills for only a 2 racks. But the army is surrounded, bunkers are denied, we can now go back to mining, and Ryung did towards a surprising amount of damage here. This should not have gone in 7 drones. Crazy damage. Oh, even 14, oh yeah, overreaction. Huge overreaction here. Serral, he was convinced it was a 3-racks. Getting a spine crawler as well. Which, as you can imagine, was very unnecessary. So again, Ryung, he was able to kill extra drones, zone back the Lings. And this is a shaky start here for Serral. Very, very shaky. And from here, the game continues. Remember, this is not all-in. This is not all-in. CC behind this, CC before factory. Going, let's go. Double expanding, going for the natural and going for the 3rd CC. Okay. Ryung being hyper greedy. And I do like this. Like the chances of Serral going for an all-in is quite low. I do think that if we were casting any other player, a 2-base all-in would make a lot of sense considering the losses that Serral just sustained. But Serral, he's not really the kind of player to all-in CVT. So from here, we're going to slow down. We're going to slow things down. We're going to build up into the mid-game. Serral scouts. Serral, he will confirm the CC. And Ryung was out of position. Ryung, he was hunting for an overlord, so failed to deny the scouts. Serral now knows he is safe to drone. And safe to expand. Technically, there could have been like a factory into reactor Helen, into armory or something crazy like that. Jesus, Ryung being so greedy. Look at this, going 3cc into double eBay as well before factory. Hyper greed out of Ryung. Now, I feel like the best follow-up from here, just because of the insane greed that we're seeing out of Ryung, is to go for a 3-base all-in, to go for an 8-racks. I feel like an 8-racks, given this kind of setup, would hit very hard with +2. Not a 1-1 timing, but a 2-2 timing. I will see if Ryung commits, if he goes for an 8-racks. As the Zergling does actually sit by. It does sit by and, oh, doesn't scout anything. It barely doesn't get vision. Lair is on the way. I believe it's going to be Lair first. Yeah, Lair first before the Evo chambers, before the upgrades. What does the Lair first mean? The Lair first does allow for a faster scout. It means that this Overlord can morph into an Overseer and actually get into the bases. So we will see an earlier Overseer scout. But this does mean that we have later Evo chambers and later upgrades for Serral. But again, he has to figure out what's going on. For all he knows, it could be mech again.
Swarm forces under attack.
It could be mech again. Does night mining, okay. Does force a reaction. Oof. And Ryung forced to reveal extra marines. Here comes that Overseer scout, as I did mention. Overseer's morphing in. Ooh, the armory is a little bit late. So you can see here 1-1 is finishing. Ideally, you want the armory lined up with this. So a little bit disjointed. It's a little bit nitpicky here, but at the same time, like, I feel like against Serral, like, you gotta lock in, you know? And does got both eBays. Okay, Serral, he confirms bio.
Swarm forces under attack.
Serral, he confirms the bio. Behind this, getting up to 5 Raxes. Everything's looking normal so far. And we're waiting for an extra 3 Raxes. We're getting creative here. I mean, I feel like this is necessary. Burrow's on the way, so Serral's going to be setting up some bailing mines. Which against a potential 8 ranks, I feel like is going to be quite necessary. Overseer tries to get a scout off. Again, Serral's looking for the gate. Sorry, looking for the ranks count.
Under attack.
And we soon got to make a decision. Do we take gases or do we get a... he's getting a 4cc. 4cc. Ryung is not going for an ARAX. He's not going for an all-in. Ryung is macroing. Which means Serral is safe. Serral, he's safe to just drone. Safe to drone, safe to tech. Macro hatch is on the way. Infestation bit, hive tech, into ultras. I feel like Ryung had potential here. He's now going for Raxes, but this is after taking a gas, after getting a 4cc. Like, technically he's building up to 8 Raxes, but this is a weaker setup. Oh, the Bane Mines. Let's go. Speaking of... Oh! He's so close. Casito, man. Casito. Oh, can he lure him back? Not quite. Ryung, he just moved out. No shot. No shot. There's nothing here. Yeah, Lings, they hit the 3rd base. Wouldn't mind do burrow. One of the shots gets baited. Ryung is pushing, but there's Ling Bane back at home. So he denies the 3rd completely. And again, Ryung just completely out of position. The pants are down, baby. The pants are down. They should not be dealing this much damage. Ryung does kill a hatchery, but Ryung is stuck on a 2-base economy. Thankfully, Ryung at least saves his SCVs, but he will lose control of his 3rd. Oh. Jesus. Meanwhile, Serral's getting his hive, infestation pits. As we mentioned, the 4cc was indicative that Ryung was not going to commit to a push. Just harassing with drops. Can he lure him in? Can he bait him? Can he bait him over? Nah, still not quite. Gonna be so disappointed if these Banelings don't come into play. I'm gonna They have so much potential. But they may not. Pests have arrived. We spoke about it earlier. Hive is now done. Ultra Cavern is on the way. So that is Serral's final form to get into Ultras. Oh! Nice line connection. Ryung does catch a queen. Clears over a bunch of creep. Oof. Does take a fungal to the face. Oh, good. Sally trades well. Catching up the army. So he's coming across the map. Oh my god, Mine Shot doing some friendly fire. Better connection towards it, much better connections towards the end. That's a lot of Mine Shots going off. But Serral is holding. Serral is holding, and again, the wing conditioning for Serral is just defending us until Ultras. Oh. Catching up more fire. Trading with the Marines. Oh no, he spots the Banelings! The scan revealed the Banelings. And Serral, he's gonna calm down. Once again, collapsing in the army. Oh. Yeah, catching more reinforcements. Are we even gonna get to the Ultras? Are we even gonna get there? As Ryung is being broken, Banelings, they roll into the mineral line. And Ryung thankfully does pull away in time. Oh, did you notice? Okay. Yeah, Serral, we gotta calm down. Calm down. Burrowing in his face. Ryung does defend, and behind this we have Serral now finally embracing those ultras. We have 4 ultras in production. Kind of splitting is almost done. 3-3 is almost done. So he's getting there. And currently, as you can see, Ryung, he has no ghosts. There are no ghosts. There's minimal marauders. He's not ready for ultra tech. Ooh, massive fungal. Fungal goes off. Ultra moves in. The mind shots have been the bloodbath here. The mind shots have been brutal throughout this entire game, actually. The minds have been connecting. Young, the OG animal. True, true. The two in that back. Now, the one downside of this composition that Serral has, which is quite common, is lack of anti-air. So these drops, they're going by unimpeded. Typically, once you get the hive, you get a couple of Vipers, and then your anti-air is parasitic bombs. But we're going for the Spire instead, for Corruptors, for eventually Corruptor Broodlord. No Vipers in sight. Vipers, Ryung does peel off towards the left-hand side. Still trying to be active. Ooh, as the fungal once again does land. Catching at the bio. Let's see Ryung permanent supply. Again, Ryung, he's done a decent job when it comes to trading with the army up until this point, at least against the Ling Bane. Again, we've seen just so many insane mind connections, but now that the ultras have hit the field, like things, the dynamic is changing. Dynamic is changing. Ryung, he's being more scared. Do we have the academy yet? No. Oof. Yeah, still no academy here. Still no ghosts. This is a very kind of brute force style that Ryung is going for, and unfortunately, it actually reminds me a lot about Game 1. True. If you recall, what was one of our criticisms of Game 1, especially coming into this kind of game state, was that Ryung was stuck on Battle Mech. Here, Ryung is stuck on Bio, on Marine Marauder Medevac. Mine. Like, there's no switching to Liberators, there's no switching to Ghosts. So as the game progresses, Ryung is being outscaled. One army supply is not quite like the other. Ryung does kill a base though. I mean, they trade. Planetary and 13 SCVs for a hatchery. Fungal lands, nice snipe there from Ryung. Catching out one of the infestors. But again, because he's stuck with this army, like I can never see Ryung winning a head-on fight. Oh, fungal lands! Yeah, massive connection. Ultras, they collapse in. Another fungal lands as well, and Ryung, his army just melts completely. And this is what we spoke about. Like, like Ryung can never fight head-on. Not like this. As he does kite back against the ultras, getting 1, 2, 3 ultras. Not bad. We're missing some support here. Ultras on their own, they're quite fragile. So decent fight here for Ryung. Let's take a different decent fight. Against Serral here, extended. He kept pushing despite not having Ling Bane with his army. You need that Ling Bane. And Ryung is burning through his bank. Just like last game, he's running out of money, running out of resources. Now Serral's army is more cost efficient. It's got that larger bank as well. Serral does collapse in, going for the planetary. Planetary goes down. Serral pulls away. Ryung looking for damage. Trying to find an opening. Again, Ryung's army is quite mobile thanks to all the medevacs, thanks to all the potential drop play. Serral's there. Serral once again does collapse in. The infestors are a little bit too far behind, so no fungals. No fungals. Nice spread here from Ryung. Nice spread. Meanwhile, Serral just trying to move in. Does take a massive mind shield to the face. Okay. Ryung takes some better fights. Better fights, better trades against Serral struggling a little bit here. Ooh, does land the fungal though. Lands the fungal on the top side. So being a little bit wasteful here towards the south side instead, leading out more ultras. Oh god. But there we go. The mass lane does clean up. Cleans up that. Oh. Yeah, once again, Serral overextending. Losing another ultra. And infestor as well. Serral, we're gonna calm down. Let's calm down. Back off, rebuild. Okay, now we can collapse in. Ryung has just been stuck on the back foot for so long here for the majority of this game. Serral gets on the mineral line. A planetary and mineral land as well, so he does race on over. He will lose an expansion, but these trades are still better for Serral. Still better. Ryung just needs an economy. He's floating over. Oh, he's floating over. Claiming his fifth. Meanwhile, big shout to Sian in the chat. Obrigado. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Obrigado, papi. Obrigado. Fala, galera. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast, I'm assuming. Hope you had a great time. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Obrigado. So once again, they'll slip by, this time into the third. Oh, again, we've been seeing a lot of mine shots like that this game. 14 kills in that Widow mine. There's been a lot of that. But there we go. The fringe races are going down for both players. Hatchery for a planetary. The mine shots have been crazy. That's been crazy. But Ryung, he's finally running out of steam. He's down to 10 SCVs. Only 10 SCVs. Ryung, he can't make anything. He's got one Marine in the production tab. GG gets called. And Serral, he will claim the series 2-0, taking down Ryung. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral, he will claim the series. Again, Ryung, he did have an interesting approach here. Honestly, I really like the opener here in game 2. Like, Ryung, he had a really nice start. If you remember, he went proxy Churax. He killed 7 drones. He forced an overreaction. He took a lead. He double expanded. And and he went into a faster double eBay as well. And I was totally expecting to see a 3-base all in to make use of that timing, to make use of 2-2. but no, instead Ryung, he chose not to get extra axes, he chose to get a forward CC. Once that happened, it felt like that momentum that Ryung once had early on was kind of wasted. He then lost that momentum. In the end, Serral was able to gain map control, and we did emphasize just unfortunately the lack of longevity that Ryung's army had. He never got into Ghosts, he never got into Liberators, he never switched out of Bio Mine, and as a result, he never could really threaten Serral. Like, at no point was Serral in any real danger outside once we got into the mid game. Yes, Ryung, he was able to counterattack and go for drops and kill some bases, that is true, but he could never really threaten the main army, not once Ultras popped out. That was kind of the win condition for Serral, and Ryung was kind of stuck in the mid game. GG. GG, well played with that. With that, Serral does claim the series, and we're going to be following our players, following Ryung actually into his next matchup. Let's go. It's going to be a TVP with Ryung and Jumy facing off in a best of 3. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on White Rabbit here, and we'll see how these two compare to each other. Coming into this, I do lean towards Ryung. Ryung can have some killer TVP, but at the same time, Jumy can be an animal. I'm ready. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of White Rabbits, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is a Jumy. Jumy. Here we go. So anyway, getting into our TVP. And Jumy, he can be very experimental at times with his approach to the game, with his approach to certain matchups. So I'm curious to see how Jumy does open up. Likewise, Ryung is known for being hyper aggressive in TVP, more than happy, more than willing to go for 2 base all-ins, even go for 1 base all-ins as well. But we are loading into a larger map. Welcome to White Rabbits. White Rabbit is a larger map of the map pool, so a higher chance that we do go for a more standard game. Economic opener. Racks expand out of Ryung. Single gas. So economic start out of our Terran. Does make sense here for White Rabbits. From here we are settling in. Again, standard openers all around. We have Ryung going for his initial SCV scouts. Does skip the Reaper. Preserving his gas. And does preserve. Ryung confirms the natural base timing. And just checking for proxies. Make sure everything's on the up and up. Este pecoeta. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. And now we can settle in. We just settle into our games. We're just kind of waiting for our big deviations in our tech of choice. From Jumy, we're expecting a Twilight Council into Blink. If he deviates, I will point that out. Likewise, if he does go into Blink, we'll see how hard he commits on 2 bases. Meanwhile, ooh, Hyper Greed out of Ryung, going for a very fast 3rd CC. Setting up a 3CC 3 racks. Okay. Yep, there's that 2nd rack, so we should be seeing a 3rd racks as well. So Hyper Greed out of Ryung. Byun is known for this build specifically, and other Terrans of course do incorporate it every now and then, but this needs to be punished. If this is not punished, then Ryung will have a very strong mid game. So Hyper Greed out of Ryung. Twilight Council opener out of Jumy. Now, there are 2 ways to approach this as the reactive Protoss player. One is be hyper aggressive to punish this. The other is to keep up, if not exceed, the greed of your opponent by getting a faster 3rd base and getting faster upgrades and faster attack. But first things first, Jumy has to scout. The problem right now is that Jumy's playing blind. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know he needs to be aggressive or he needs to be greedy. He doesn't know that he has to react and respond to what Ryung is up to. And I don't see a sentry. Warp cases not finishing. We do have a 3rd gateway, so 3-gate blink. No sentry, no hallucination. That moves out. And we'll see if the Adept can scout into the main. We'll see what we can see. Seeing the massive amount of Marines here is not the biggest of tells.
I'm here.
Yeah, scouts reactor Marine production. Now, in Jumy's mind, this could be a 3-rax. This could be a 2-1-1. This could be a 4-rax technically as well, or it could be 3cc. Right, there's still plenty of builds that are available here that this could be. Ooh, and Jumy goes to the robo. He goes to the robo before expanding. So again, very safe play out of Jumy. 3-gate blink into a robo before Nexus. I do like this. Jumy's moving out. He has to. Like, he has to find some damage here. The bunker's just now starting. Jumy going for the Bay on 2 bases. So going for the Bay, going for faster Colossus here will help defending against early sim timings. True. There we go. Gets a Marine. Gets 2. 2 Marines go down. Jumy's slowing down the push. Getting a ninja base. Doing it again. Getting his 3rd at his 4th location. Okay, it's not even really a ninja base. Like, it's right next door. Like, it's but sure, why not? I mean, technically higher chance it doesn't get scouted, I suppose. Ryung reacting quite overreacting. Actually, does have boys pre-pulled to repair. A big misread here out of Ryung. Remember, Jumy's expanding. Jumy is not all in. And with Stim, Ryung, he's perfectly fine to punish a blink. So a lot of damage is being dealt here. So much lost mining time.
Base under siege.
He breaks in. I believe he did see the charge lots. Ryung does catch one of those stalkers. Catch a stalker. Sniping the observer. And Ryung does successfully get his 3rd. So again, Ryung, he has a boosted economy. Ryung, he can now build up into a greater army coming into the mid game. Jumy thankfully does have some splash damage, so he should be relatively safe. On top of that, Ryung, has he does, okay. I was gonna say, has he scouted the 3rd? Yes, he has confirmed. And Ryung, he can now start to focus his attention here at this 3rd location. Now, this quote-unquote ninja base, or this base has been taken here on the left-hand side. Because it is so far away, it's going to be very awkward to defend and to rotate back and forth between your 3rd and your natural and main. So we do see that Jumy's army is split, but this means that he's going to be fighting with half his army. As he actually consolidates his forces, let's come together here on the right-hand side. Jumy now getting a 4th base. And Ryung is not pushing. I assumed that he would, but no, Ryung, he's turtling. 4th CC. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to... no. We're going to settle in, but we're going to settle in. So sensor towers are being thrown down, missile turrets, 4th CC, and Ryung is turtling until he maxes. Oh boy. What have I done? What have I... I mean, this is kind of like this is the meta in TVP currently. True. There's a lot of TVPs in this group. Oh no. Oh no. It is stylistic. Like, there are certain players that are willing to be more aggressive and more active. A lot of it comes down to the maps as well. True. A lot of it does come down to what maps it led into. But Ryung's condition here, his win condition, should just be to turtle up, max out, and build up back at home. Jumy's got his 4 Colossi. Can he break Ryung? Oh, it's going to be difficult. It's Jumy pushing into a wall of tanks. I'm not convinced. Yeah, massive tank boys go off. The army does get punished, and Jumy, we don't have to push in. At the same time, he tries to go for a zealot run by, but Bunker's in position. Bunker does defend. Jumy does pull away. And we can see 2 more CCs on the way for Ryung. Going down 2 more orbitals. Ryung, he's being lured out into the open. Okay. This does give Jumy an opportunity. Swarping in. This is the moment typically when the Terran player gets a 4th base. Jumy links in. He goes to the Liberators. He gets 1. Gets 1. Going for the other. Massive swipes going over the Colossus. Oh, but the tanks do siege up in time. Yeah, tanks stay siege, and the 4th base is being taken. Now, again, if we were casting Trigger, this would be the time. Fleet Beacon, Stargate, 2nd Stargate as well, or Stargate, Fleet Beacon, 2nd Stargate, and getting ready for Sky Toss. We can see that Jumy instead is switching into Disruptors and going for a Templar Archives. Jumy is committing to ground toss instead. Had to make a choice here. He had to make a choice. Chose to go into ground toss. Rotates towards left hand side. Ryung is ready. There he goes up. Where we'll get there eventually. Fusion core is on the way. That's going to be for liberated range. And again, Ryung, he has successfully gotten his 4th. It's all just about turtling up, maintaining that 4th base, slowly getting that center 5th. Oh boy. And this is why I mentioned before that once Ryung took that 4th base, this is where that would have been the time to switch into Skytoss, to switch into Tempest production. That would be the time, considering how turtle heavy Ryung is. For Jumy to make the decision to stay with ground toss, it is very, very difficult to pull this off, considering the defensive setup. Not impossible. Obviously, what we have to rely on here is that Jumy has to outposition. If he can rotate and find Ryung out of position, for example here, Ryung is in the center of the map. Right now, his bases are more exposed than normal. So this would be the time to strike, but Jumy doesn't know that. And Ryung turns back around. Jumy does hit the planetary, but this time Ryung is in position, more or less. Some turtling at the 3rd. I appreciate that iTurtle says that. That's good. That's good. Ryung's doing it for you, Pat. He's doing it for you. The turtle is real. And I have to favor Ryung, right? I have to favor Ryung in this position. Assuming he perfects his army. Right now, he's not there yet. As Ryung is being active. Uh-oh. Almost gets a free Colossus. Ryung fighting out in the open here. Uh-oh. Nova's going up. 1 connects. Massive connection. Nova does go off. At the same time, the Colossus are exposed. They're getting 1, 2. Oh, I'm almost getting the Colossus. Gas Ether. Barely they do get away. But Ryung, he's still missing Liberators. Liberator production just now beginning here. So it's lacking Liberators. Drops into the 4th base. Okay, trades well. Gets into the mineral line. At the same time, Vikings a bully. They get when they get to the all 3. They're getting all 3 Colossus. Massive pickoffs, and with that, Ryung, he has done it. He has broken Jumy. You can see Jumy plummet in supply down to 130. A plummet 70 supply. And thank God Ryung broke out. Like, I'll be honest. Like, if we were casting Maru or Clem, they would not push. What they would do is get more sensor towers, missile turrets, get Liberators, set up freedom zones here, set up freedom zones here, set up freedom zones here. Like, we they would have just kept turtling. So thank God. Ryung breaks out and Jumy just crumbles. Jumy's army crumbles. As he mentioned, Jumy, he chose to stick with the ground composition. It is just more inefficient. Shopper goes down, GG gets called, and Ryung, he does take game number 1. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Shout out to Ryung. Again, if he really wanted to, he could have stayed home. If he really wanted to. We've been there before, Pappy. We've been there before. But GG, well played. With that, Ryung does take a lead in the series, and with that, we're now getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Going to be loading into Winter Madness. Another one of these larger maps, and if Ryung wanted to, we could see that that turtle heavy style again. Could see it again here. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Winter Madness, we have the blue Terran player. We have the blue Terran. We have the South Korean Terran leading the series 1-0. It is, for Team Vitality, Ryung. I'm an expert in the matter. Exactly. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the German Protoss player. We have the red Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is a Jumy. Here we go. Now, as a reminder, one of the reasons why Ryung was able to look so comfortable that last game is why, if you remember, Ryung went 3 CC 3 racks. He went for a very fast third base, and his third base wasn't delayed either. We did mention at the time that Jumy, because he failed to scout, ideally he makes the decision to be hyper aggressive to punish the greed, or to be greedy himself to keep up and to overextend, or to keep up and to even overwhelm Ryung in a longer later game with a faster third, a faster fourth base, and greater tech and greater upgrades. Unfortunately, Jumy was playing blind, and Jumy couldn't make that decision, so Jumy, he kind of played from behind there. Jumy, he played it safe instead. He had a safe build against a greedy build of Ryung. So Ryung, he came out ahead early on when it came to the builds of choice, and just snowballed from there. We'll see what Ryung goes for this time. We should not be seeing the same build. Typically, it's ill-advised at this level of play to go for the same build multiple times in a row if they're like a cheeky build, if they're reliant on lack of scouting and lack of reaction. I would say the same if Ryung went for an all-in in game 1, for example, that we shouldn't go for another all-in in game 2. For now, though, Marine first. Marine first does preserve his gas, skips the Reaper. Okay, and that's CC on the low ground. So now we're just getting into our builds. This time, no faster at CC. So we can see that Ryung is not being anywhere near as greedy this time. Is going for a more standard follow-up. Just racks, expand into factory. Meanwhile, Twilight can also open out of Jumy. Jumy likewise can also go for a different build himself. Last game, he went 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into a robo, into a bay on 2 bases. It was very 2-base heavy, which was a little bit unnecessary just because of what Ryung was up to. This time, Jumy could be greedier. I'm hoping he is. Hoping he does decide to cut some more corners. So that is going to be zoned away. Jumy does scout the Hellion, so that, and also the factory as well, so that does confirm a much more standard build. Oh, and oh my god, wait, what? Jumy throwing down extra gateways, going into 4-gate blink. Hyper aggression out of Jumy. Okay, we do see a very stark contrast. Actually, my apologies, not going 4-gate blink, going 4-gate into charge. Okay, interesting. Does go for charge instead. Now, going into early charge like this and going into a heavy gateway count as well, this is designed to punish a move out. If Ryung were to commit across the map, not with Hellions, but with his main army, if he commits with his main army, if he commits to a tank push, then Jumy can punish. Ryung, he does scout all 2 gateways here on the low ground, so he's aware of at least a 3-gate setup. Sees a robo as well. Hellions, they break the way in. Jesus, almost. Yeah, almost does commit. But nice pickup out of Ryung. Behind this, we have tanks, we have banshees. It does look like Ryung is going for a 2-base push. We'll see if he harasses with the banshees or he does bring everything together. Ah, he's harassing. Okay. Moving out to harass. Now, what is a little bit scary here is that because Jumy isn't getting blink, his anti-air is going to be a little bit lacking. Thankfully, he's warping in some vanilla stalkers. He has 3 stalkers here at the main base and 1 stalker at the natural. The Banshee is building up. The Banshees are building up. As Jumy does get a full scout of the main. At the same time, Banshee does slip into the main base. There's a safety shield battery. Jumy defends. Jumy, he defends well. Going for his own drop across the map. Ryung didn't go for a move out. He's just chilling back at home. Setting up towards the mid game. Oh, Jumy does go for a massive warping though. Does go for the warping, does commit. Banshee say will shut this down from the skies. Zeltic into the mineral line, and how many SCVs does he get? 3. Not bad. 4 SCV kills. Four SCVs go down. Jumy this time going to Storm, not Colossus. As the Banshees do meet up, bearing in mind that 2 Banshees 1-drop probes, so even though there's a battery, that will not be enough to defend. Thankfully, Jumy has 2 Stalkers here at the natural. He's got 3 in the main. There is a section. Banshees, they go for the Stalker actually. Oh no! Banshee just no, the feedbacks. Oh my god, Este Jumy. Very nice feedback, catching out the Banshee, catching Ryung off guard. And again, we're just slowly building up, slowly building up. This time, Jumy is in a better position just because Ryung's 3rd base is later. We should be seeing a 4th base soon for Jumy. Yep, speaking of, he's in position. There's the 4th. So again, economically, things are looking better here for Jumy in Game 2 than in Game 1. And it's time to turtle. There, TC, missile turret, bunker, widow mines. Jumy is pushing. Remember, he does have charge and storm. So Jumy, he can attempt to break this position. Spots the army. Now, can he hold on? Does have a bunker. Jumy sees this. Sees everything with the observer. And Jumy thinks better of it. Yeah, okay. Does think better of it, pulls away. Again, it's usually better advised to try to break the Terran at their 4th, not their 3rd. Does go for the storm drop instead. Nice storms! Oh my god! Gets a 3rd storm, 15 dead SCVs. Very nice damage here by Jumy. Cripples the economy. Ryung now falls behind. Oh, assuming he's gonna leave the prism. Oh no! Oh my god, unloads just in time. High Templar gonna be saved. Saves the Templar. Storm takes down the Viking. And Jumy gets away. Jumy gets away. And again, because of Ryung's losses there at the natural, there's a very high chance that Ryung stays home. He stays home, recoups his losses, gets a 4 CC. It's going to be on Jumy to take over the entire map and mass expand. And Jumy still has potential to break the 4th base whenever Ryung does take it. Settling in. Jumy bringing his army together. Jumy is about to max out. He's almost maxed out. And it is going to be a tough hold here for Ryung. It's going to be difficult. Now, Ryung, he did go into a greater ghost count here, so he has a lot of EMPs available. If he can land those EMPs on High Templar, then he can shut down those storms. With a 6 Templar, there's a lot of storms. We go Prism into the main. Double War Prism out of Jumy. Ryung is claiming his 4th base. This is going to be a big moment for Ryung. Big moment. As he walls up that 3rd. These Banshees, they even get across the map. Okay. Jumy moving in. Gets a tank. 1 tank goes down. Pushing further in. EMP grazing the Gateway Army. Does force a lift. Decent storm there out of Jumy, pushing further forward. It gets another tank. 2 tanks go down. And even kills the CC at the same time. Warping into the main. Nice warping here by Jumy. Yeah, the warpings continue. Ryung being pulled apart. It's just a very messy defense here. Ryung losing 18 SCVs. And Jumy so close to breaking Ryung. Can he do it? Oh yeah, no. Yeah, decent storm, 19 SCVs. These units are still wreaking havoc in the main base, going for another massive warp in. And again, Ryung just underreacted. He underreacted. He did not peel off enough units to deal with this. Ryung just now rotating over. But again, this was late. This was very, very late. As the War Prism finally goes down. Prism goes down. Oh. Still 3 High Templar in that Prism. Jumy, he rotates over. Very low Viking count here for Ryung. I'm just not getting a third Viking. I think Jumy just doing a much better job here when it comes to breaking the defensive line of Ryung. Prism into the main, rotating over towards the natural, killing the fourth base. So good. The Jumy. And again, it's on Ryung to just chill at home. Just chill at home. Lick his wounds. Take that fourth expansion. As the fourth base is being taken, that does prompt Jumy to move in. Shout out to this one observer. It's giving Jumy a lot of information. And Ryung should be aware that there's an observer somewhere. Okay, the turret. Ryung, he still cannot expand. Yeah, he has no setup. Oh, nice EMPs. Very nice EMPs. EMPs that cover most of the high-tech units. Again, the lack of liberators is concerning. Volley with the Vikings, okay. Nice volley. Who else is going to be going down? Nova connects. Gets one, gets two. Oh my god. Oh, 3 Novas connect. Ay, ay, ay. I'm just taking the Novas to the face. Oh, that's easy. The repairs are barely enough. CC is saved. Yeah, disruptor exposed, getting 1, 2, getting 3, 1 over connects. The 3 disruptor go down. Better trade for Ryung. But Ryung, he still just wants to get a 4th base. He just wants to expand back. Oh. Catching on a Viking. These 2 bases are still wreaking havoc across the map, still being annoying. And some nice EMPs. There's what, 2 storms, if that. Oh, and Jumy's overextending. Jumy, he should not be here. He should not be here. The warping is denied. Jumy's gonna lose everything. Does land a storm, does land a Nova, okay. Jumy, he's trading with the army, but again, he will still lose this fight. This is also trickling in. Yeah, they trickle in. Nice kiting here from Jumy. Sorry, from Ryung. He guides back to the tank. Lands the Vikings. Catching up the Archons. And Ryung holds. Yeah, but we just keep warping in. Jumy, he has a bank. He has a bank, so Jumy can just keep pushing. He's gonna keep going. Jumy's so close. No. He's so close to breaking Ryung. He needs more warp ins. How many gateways is he on? 15. Oh, okay, it's enough. Yeah, Jesus. Warping in 12 stalkers at a time. It's a lot of stalkers. In terms of focusing down the CC. That's wasting a lot of DPS. Jesus. Jumy gets punished, losing everything. The Immortal goes down, the Archon, most of the Stalkers as well. That was not worth it, and Jumy plummets in supply. What happened there? Jumy, he was target firing the Planetary for like, what, 3-4 volleys? And it wasn't worth it. Wasted DPS on the Planetary, could have been fighting the main army instead. Ryung is holding on. Prism does get in. Jumy has been able to rebuild. Rebuild, remax with a gateway composition. Forcing a fight out in the open. Oh, the Nervous! Oh my god! The Nervous connect. Ryung, he's struggling. And Jumy going for another CC, this time going for the 5th base. Oh, Ryung sims in. Ryung sims in, gets 1, gets 2 Immortals. Punishing Jumy. And Jumy's punished. Jumy gonna be forced back. And this is getting a little bit scary here. Ryung, he has finally established his 4th base and now getting a 5th. I will say that this 4th base is looking very barren. Like, it's looking very exposed, very vulnerable, very open. We are lacking SimCity here. We're lacking a full wall-off with CCs, planetaries, bunkers. Ryung just doesn't have the money for it. Because it took him so long to expand, he doesn't know how to have a bank. Likewise, Jumy also burning through his bank as well. Ooh, it's a lot of DTs though. It's a lot of Dark Templar. Shadow Stride is almost complete. Again, these DTs are built to kill bases. Catch up. Oh, Prism into the main. Marine stims, and can that one Marine kill the Prism? Ah, that's close. Casito. Prism gets behind the main. DT's 8 out on the planetary. Planetary will go down. A massive pickup. Again, Ryung out of position. Jumy popping off. Oh, catching at 1, 2 Liberators. Again, the defensive position here is just too poor. It's just too poor. Losing 2 Liberators and a tank. But Ryung's main army has arrived. Massive storm of the stacked Liberators. Oh my god. Ryung, he was so stacked up. The DCs, they hit and they kill another planetary. Oh, I spoke too soon. That's hold on. Yes, again, Jumy, he should be able to break through. There we go. Takes out another planetary. Ryung, he's running out of money. Running out of money, running out of steam. Jumy looking to force the ace match. I say that Ryung does have a massive army to work with. Jesus, he has 160 supply worth of army. Ryung is all in. So Ryung, he has no economy, he has no SCVs. He has a super maxed army instead, which means that Ryung, he might just be able to push and end the game with one big move out. It looks like he wants to fight on his terms, though. It looks like he wants Jumy to push into him. And Jumy is pushing. Who catches who? And massed him. Nice CPs. But here come the storms. As Jumy is still trying to recover, still trying to spend his money, spend his war pins. I feel like Ryung has to push soon. Otherwise, he will allow Jumy to build up his disruptors. Yeah, the buyer doesn't really get much sun. Those potentially go for the mineral line. Oh no! As Merrick said, barely get away. Ryung moving in. Okay. Does move in, does overextend, losing 2 Liberators immediately. Yeah, 2 lips go down. Awkward position here for Ryung. Pushing himself up the ramp. Jumy coming in from behind. Yeah, storms are connecting. And it looks like Jumy, he should have enough here. Oof. Yeah, Nova's do land. Jumy can just keep warping in, keep reinforcing. Ryung, what you see is what you get. That's all he has left. Ryung stems in. Get another wave of Zealots. Disruptor has arrived. Oh. Takes down a ghost. Takes down one of the ghosts. And again, Ryung, he's so desperate to just keep on pushing. Gets a Disruptor. More Zealots trickle in. The Storm lands as well. Oof. It's still so close. Yeah, it's still so close here, but you can see the warpins, they just keep coming. They just keep on coming. Warpin after warpin. Yeah, Ryung, he was target firing the Archon from movement there. Less than ideal. Oh, with the rally though. Okay. With this rally, Ryung, he can keep this going. We have Sentries warping in for force fields instead. Ryung, we can't stop. We gotta keep going. And Liberation has arrived. You can see he's trying to respect those force fields. Some lands. First one lands. You see the army just did one forward against all the Archons, and no shot. There are so many Archons. There's 4 Archons back. Fighting within range of Liberators. Jumy barely breaks through. At this point, Jumy's done it. At this point. And Jumy, he can just keep warping in. He's got more High Templar gathering energy. Colossus now has arrived. He's got the Colossus. And again, Ryung, he came so close to breaking that 5th. So close. Or 6th base even. Jumy, he's just snowballing out of control at this point. There we go. He takes over the 4th. Takes over the expansion. Jumy now with a massive lead. Supply lead, I mean. Ay, ay, ay. And Ryung is being hanging in there, but again, a lot of this just comes down to how long it took him to get a 4th base. It took so long for Ryung to get a 4th and to get a 5th. Took him too long. So he was just playing from an economic deficit for far too long in this game. That's also why he could never afford to wall up and wall up. He could never afford to actually properly turtle up. Couldn't afford it. Now, Ryung, he can still take a fight here, but he is heavily reliant on Jumy making mistakes, right? If Jumy overextends with his Colossus, if he does miss the Nova with his Disruptor, if he gets EMP'd with a High Templar, if they get EMP'd early on, before they can storm, like, there's a lot that can go right, but oh god, for 17 SCVs. 17 SCVs get caught out. And this should be too much. Jumy's rallying forward, leading out 2 more Disruptors. Jesus. As again, Jumy doesn't realize how far ahead he is, doesn't realize how broke Ryung is, so he's playing very carefully, very safe. He's playing it safe back. As Ryung is down to 18 SCVs. Oh no, he barely saves to begin with. Zelsa gets to the mineral line. Down to 15 SCVs. And now Jumy collapses in. GG gets called and Jumy ties up the series. We are going to the ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. We are going all the way to game number 3 here. Again, intense back and forth. Winding it back, Ryung, this time, as we tried to mention, did have a very hard time at getting his 4th base up and running and getting his 5th base up and running. Ryung, he had less of an economic start this time, and he had a very shaky time getting into the mid game. That is why he was just on the back foot for almost the entirety of the game. There were some moments where he was able to get a super maxed army, and that was close, right? He was almost able to break Jumy, but again, the economy was in Jumy's side, so Jumy could afford to keep warping in and keep reinforcing despite taking some bad fights. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're getting into the ace match. Going to be loading into game 3. Going to be loading into 10,000 feet. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner here of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player. Red Protoss himself representing Streamer Zone. It is Jumy. Here we go. Again, we're tied up 1-1. We're getting into the ace match here. Now, do we get into another longer game? Do we turtle up? Well, we are loading into 10,000 feet. I did mention earlier that a lot of kind of how these maps and how the TVP plays out is often based off of the map. This is a much smaller map, so aggression can be favored here and pushes can be favored. But I will say that your initial 4-base setup is very defensive. Very defensive. If Ryung wanted to turtle up on 1, 2, 3, on 4 bases, and even get a 5th, the terrain does help you when it comes to turtling up. Like, there's less attack pause, less rotations. The bases, like this 3-base setup here, for example, these 3 bases are all next to each other, so you can just park your army here, and if a push comes on the right, you can just very quickly rotate between your 3rd and between your 4th base. Like, they're both right next to each other, so getting your 4th base is much easier on 10,000 feet compared to Winter Madness. The downside, as we mentioned, oh hello Jumy, going for the proxy Stargate? Okay. Very quickly, so the downside of 10,000 feet, or something that works against that, is the rush distance. So it means that if you win a fight, you can counterattack very quickly. Very quickly here on 10,000 feet. But here we go. Based on this location, this looks like a proxy Stargate, but we'll see. Looks like a Stargate. Oh, never mind. Proxy Twilight Council? Are we going Proxy Dark Shrine? Okay. Interesting. Behind this, we do have an interesting setup here by Ryung. Ryung going racks expand into factory into second racks. So this looks like the beginning of a 2-base all-in. So the beginning of a 2-base all-in here by Ryung. We're waiting for a 3rd racks before starport. Otherwise, this could be a 2-on-1 variation. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the Dark Shrine. Show us the DTs. This is the way. And there it is, Dark Shrine. Dark Shrine has been thrown down, so we do have a DT rush out of Jumy. And if Ryung if he mules too much, too hard, then he's gonna be in danger. There it is. There's that 3rd rack. So this is a 2-base all-in. He's going for a very hefty bio army. He's going for an early stim timing with +1. This is gonna hit very hard. The problem is that DTs will hit first. Also, because Ryung is going into 2-base play, there's less of a chance he does hold on to scans. There is less of a chance. Now, something that's going to be helping Jumy is that Ryung has not gotten into the bases. Remember, Ryung, he, I believe, skipped his Reaper? Yeah, he skipped his Reaper. So, lack of vision, lack of scouting. Ryung, he currently doesn't know that Jumy's missing tech in his main. Nice pick up with the Cyclone. Ryung, he has to get into the base. Confirms no expansion. Ah, he knows. Yeah, he knows something's wrong. You can see the you can see the spray. Ryung, he's now aware that there's a proxy. He's aware. He should not mule. Safety turrets being thrown down, but here come the DTs. Warping straight into the main. Straight on in. DTs are waddle into the bases. Turret will not finish. Oh, there's a scan though. Yeah, there's the first scan. There's another at the natural. Oof. Yep, there's that second scan. Catching up 2-3. Oh, 3 DTs go down. Aye, aye, aye. Does get 6 SCVs. Remember, Jumy, he's one base all in. There's still no expansion. He needs more damage. Jumy has 800 minerals? Wait, what? Jumy's banking. No. The prism is going to be shut down. GG gets called. I don't think that was intentional, by the way. Like, Jumy's banking up so much. I'm pretty sure he was... no, he went... I think there was meant to be expansion behind this. He had so much banked up, but without doing any damage. GG, well played. The proxy fails, and Ryung takes the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. A little bit awkward there. Again, proxy DTs, that doesn't have to be an all-in, but Jumy committed even harder with the proxy gateway, with the proxy robo, with lack of anything. But again, it was banking up a lot of resources, telling me that I think the plan was to get a Nexus at one point, but regardless, GG. Regardless, GG, well played. With that, Ryung does claim the series, does take down Jumy 2-1. Whew. And I appreciate that the ace match was a little bit shorter. It was over an hour-long series, Pappy. Crazy. But GG, well played. Whew. With that, let's catch up on the matches here. Let's go. Right, let's go. As we start this over again, we do have 3 series wrapping up here. SOS took down Jumy 2-1. Serral took down Ryung 2-0, and Ryung just took down Jumy 2-1 as well. We have 3 series left. A lot of TVPs. We have Ryung versus MaNa, Ryung versus SOS, and Serral versus SOS at the end of the broadcast. I'm a little bit concerned now about how Ryung has shown how he's willing to play here in the first series against Jumy, and I'm concerned that trend will continue against MaNa and against SOS. Of course, a lot of it is still map dependent. For example, here in Game 3, even though Jumy went for a failed cheese and failed all-in, Ryung was going for his own all-in. Right, because of the size of the map. So depending on vetoes, we might see more active and more aggressive games. That's what I'm hoping for, but depends what the map order is, depend what is and isn't vetoed. For now though, we're halfway through. We are halfway through the broadcast, so we're going to be cutting to a short break, and when we come back, we will have Ryung versus MaNa in a best of 3. See you soon after the break. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup 28 broadcast. The group stage here of Group B. We just wrapped up Group A earlier yesterday, of course. Now we're catching up with Group B instead, and it's been a much longer broadcast, of course. much longer here. A lot of longer and later games, a little more drawn out, specifically when it comes to Ryung's match against Jumy and Ryung's match against Serral as well. And we'll see if that trend continues as we're jumping into Ryung versus MaNa. We do have another TVP ahead of us here, another best of 3. Let's go. Game 1 is going to be on 10,000 feet. Thankfully, we have a bit of a smaller map here, more aggressive map instead, and we'll see if that aggression is going to come to fruition here in game 1. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the blue Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Protoss player, the Polish Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is MaNa. Here we go. Whew, we're here, we're back, we're freshened up here after that break. I wish I was able to get some water, able to splash my face. We're good to go, Pat. We're good to go. For now, again, welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is a smaller map than the map pool. Aggression is typically favored here. Hey, we had Jumy go for the one base all in, go for the proxy Dark Shrine, commits, and Ryung was more than ready for it. Ryung shut it down. Ryung was able to claim the win there. But remember, Ryung was also going for a faster second and third racks into a 2 base all in himself. We'll see if he does that here against MaNa, though. We shall see. MaNa, when it comes to his PvT, I'll be honest, I haven't actually casted much of MaNa as of late. We've been covering a lot more of MaNa's PvZ. A lot of his PvZ has been actually renowned. We have seen him take it to even the best Zerg players in the world, like Serral. Like, MaNa has been looking impressive in that matchup. What about against Terran, though? Let's go. Let's find out. As again, you can never count MaNa out. Never, baby, never. Go. Now, though, we are going to be settling in. We'll see what kind of style MaNa does prefer, whether it goes into Blink, whether it goes into Charge. We have seen some more diverse play when it comes to recent weeks and recent months. This TVP has been shifting quite a bit. Ryung going Rax expand into Reactor. We'll skip the Reaper. We'll skip the SV Scout. So Ryung's gonna be playing blind, cutting corners early on. From here, no shot he gets a third CC. No shots. We expect that on larger maps. On a small map, we should be seeing a factory. From there into a Rax or a Starport, yet to be determined. Meanwhile, speaking of tech here, MaNa opening up Stargates. Okay, a Stargate open out of MaNa. This should be for Oracles, for Oracle Harass. Technically, this can lead into Phoenixes, into a Phoenix Colossus-based style, which we have seen pop up a little bit more recently from players like Creator, players like Showtime as well. It's been a bit of a blast from the past, but Phoenix Colossus has made a bit of a resurgence in the past couple of weeks. As I mentioned before, TVP has been very in flux, has been shifting and shaking a lot, and Ryung does go 3cc. Bold move here by Ryung. 3cc, 3 racks, hyper greed out of Ryung, setting up for a longer and later game. Oh boy. And we'll see if MaNa can punish. Now, thankfully, with this Oracle, MaNa will be able to scout, will be able to apply pressure to the mineral lines and deal some damage. We'll see what MaNa can accomplish. Again, we'll see how greedy he's going to be in the aftermath in the follow-up. But again, 3cc 3x out of Ryung, going for stim and going for a heavy bio composition, delaying the factory, delaying tanks, delaying the starports in favor of a very fast third CC. But this allows Ryung to saturate on 3 bases faster than normal, on 2 bases faster than normal as well, as he can make 3 SCVs at a time and extra mules. So just a boosted economy here by Ryung. If he's not punished, if MaNa fails to do any damage, then Ryung will snowball out of control in the mid game. Will snowball. Oracle gets spotted. Ryung's in position. The Oracle does get the third CC. Okay, big moment, big scout. MaNa, he sees, he's aware, but I'll be honest, MaNa cannot punish. MaNa, he does get an SCV at least. He gets 2. 2 SCVs go down. MaNa throws down a Robo. We should be getting into a Bay, into a third Nexus. Into the mid game. But off of a Stargate opener, it doesn't really allow you to really apply too much pressure. So Ryung, he has gone away with his build. He's gotten away with it. MaNa going for the third Nexus. Third base before before Bay. And there is that Bay. Again, very greedy, very tech heavy. Basically, MaNa's response here after seeing the faster CC is to try to meet greed with greed. And he has to. Like, there's no other option. Like, MaNa cannot be aggressive. Not with his build. So just trying to be greedy, trying to catch up. Something that I mentioned last game that I have to echo here as well is how defendable your 4 bases are. So this third base, the forward third base and the linear fourth base are very close together, very easy to defend. So there's a very high chance that Ryung, he won't actually push with his army. He'll take his third base, set up at his third, and so they get a fourth, and then keep going from there. No boy. So strap yourselves in, baby. That's the Oracle. Oh my god. 5 is to 6. 6 SCVs in the main. That should not have happened. 6 SCVs and a Marine. Nice damage here with the Oracle. Very nice as Ryung does underreact. Oh, he's pushing. Oh, okay. I'm here for it. Remember, the upgrades are complete. He does have Stim and Combat Shields. Ryung is pushing, but he gets spotted by the Observer. The Observer does see everything. MaNa getting ready back at home. He's got his first Colossus. He has Force Fields. Loving the hallucination. Hoping to bait out some shots. Colossus is revealed, and Ryung gets the hell out of there. Does get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, a big shout out to Enki. Baby God. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great cast. Gracias, baby. Gracias. Buenas noches, baby. Buenas noches. Much love. Much love. Ojalá que todo te fue bien. Ojalá. Hope everything went well. Bienvenidos. Here we do cast in English, en inglés, no en español. My apologies, my apologies. Pero aquí estamos en inglés. As the Marines, they do try to go for a run by. Oh, they attempt to flood in, but last only 2 make it through into the main. Only 2. Talk to you soon for Lily Cup recast. Yeah, gracias, guys. Thank you. Yeah, we're catching up with HomeStory Cup first, and then we'll be casting Lily Cup. We'll get there. We'll get there. Catching up with HomeStory Cup. We got a lot of catching up to do. We got a lot of replays, baby. A lot of replays. For now, though, MaNa, he does deflect the Bio Army, getting his own 4th base. 4th base is being taken. Likewise, Ryung should soon be getting his own 4th CC as well. Again, higher chance that we just build up into the late game. The MaNa is poking in. Yeah, but much love to Enki. Again, for those who don't know who Enki is, do give him a follow. Enki, he is the Spanish caster. He's also very hermoso. He's el hermoso. Does cast everything in Spanish. One of the CranKy Ducklings as well. One of the Ducklings. Give him some love. Very hermoso. God, no. As Ryung does deflect. Bleeds out 5 SCVs, but so far it does hold on. And again, one of the downsides of MaNa's army is it's very immobile. Blink is only just now finishing up. No Phoenixes, no Blink. MaNa pokes in, and meanwhile Ryung does slip in towards the main. He's heading over. Main base is exposed. There is energy for a recall. And a warp in. Ryung, he trades well. Gets 1, 2, up to 3 stalkers. Blink is not yet done. There's the recall. And Ryung pulls out. So far, a nice drop. Now he can focus on his defenses back at home. Ryung, he defends, he attacks. And we have a 4th CC. 4th command center is about to be thrown down. So strap yourselves in. We're going to be here for a while. We're going to... Ah, no. Again, we've already had a multiple hour-long series. I'm ready for another. Now, I assumed that we were going to see a fourth command center, but no, we have 3 extra Raxes. Okay. Ryung. 3 more Raxes going to be thrown down instead, getting up to, I believe, 8. Yep, 8 racks set up here on 3 bases. Ryung, he does intentionally delay his 4th CC. You have my attention. Now, is he just delaying his 4th base, or do we plan on committing? He's going to be committing, right? Like, there's no reason not to get a 4th. So Ryung, he will soon max out. Either that, or he threw it down. Because if you notice, like, he started the 4CC for a moment, like the outline was revealed, and then he moved the SCV. So I'm hoping that was into yeah, never mind. Yeah, 4 CCs down the way. I think this was an accident. I think this was delayed, not intentionally. As it is far later than it otherwise could have been. But we're setting up. Okay, we're setting up. MaNa pushing towards the would-be 4th. And we'll force a cancel. Nice takeoff out of MaNa. Again, the 4CC should have been done by now, if the plan was to expand. Storm turns away. Also in a way. Again, just containing Ryung on 3 bases. Meanwhile, MaNa getting a 5th. Yeah, 5th base is on the way. More Colossi. I feel like we're committing a little bit too hard to Colossus. We already have 3. We're getting up to 5 Colossus. Jesus. It's a lot of Colossi. And MaNa, oh, pulling a bit of a trigger here. I appreciate it. As the game is slowing down, as MaNa recognizes that he cannot kill, right? He cannot kill Ryung, but he's containing. Instead, MaNa is going for the Fleet Beacon. Fleet Beacon +1 air attack. We are switching into Sky Toss. We were criticizing Jumy earlier for not being willing to switch into Sky Toss and being stuck on a ground-based composition, but MaNa, he is more than willing to embrace the skies. Meanwhile, because we're so far behind, we have 3 CCs being thrown down at once. Again, Ryung's 4th base is so delayed. Ooh, Medevac goes down. And again, MaNa more than happy to trade. He's trading. Wreaking havoc in the middle line. Storms from the main army. Getting 8 SCV kills. Calm down. Zealot's even catching reinforcements. And Ryung's just being torn apart. Ryung, he needs to expand. And now for MaNa, we are missing extra starports. Or stargates. I believe so far he only has 1 stargate. He's still making more Colossus, by the way. He's what? He already has 5, getting up to 7 Colossus. What's going on? 1 goes down. Gonna be 6, I suppose, I guess. But typically, you want to be switching into disruptors, right? The Viking count is getting up there. There's already a lot of Vikings, and we have more Vikings on the way. This is a little bit disjointed. So the problem with committing this hard into Colossus is that you're giving Ryung a reason to make Vikings, right? You're giving him a reason to do so. Whereas because Ryung is being forced to make all these Vikings, that means he will have a decent amount of anti-air against the Tempest that are coming. Whereas if MaNa were to switch into Disruptors, then Ryung would switch into Liberators instead, out of Viking production. So this, I'm not too fond of the idea here for MaNa. He's up to, again, 6 Colossus. He got so many. It's a lot of lasers. As Colossus the Colossi revealed. It's looking comical seeing this many Colossus here. We have another one on the way. He's crazy. 7. Getting up to 7 Colossus. There's going to be a lot of overkill. Is one of the reasons why you don't want to rely this heavily, and likewise you're prompting Ryung to just make more Vikings. I say that the Viking count is actually quite low. Only 8 Vikings. 7 actually. Wow. There's as many Vikings as there are Colossus. And that's on Ryung. Like, Ryung, he should be making more. Like, he sees the massive amount of Colossi. He undermade Vikings. Okay, this can work. Tempest is revealed. Yeah, Tempest revealed already. EMPs do land. And as you can see, as we're bleeding out units, we have more Vikings on the way. Third starport as well. But again, this transition is late for Ryung. He had all the signs to commit harder. Oh, signs were there. Nice EMPs. EMPs are back in the army, but there are so many lasers. Oh my god, the laser show. The 7 Colossus, he breaks through the Bio army. Ay, ay, ay. I was going to say there was going to be a lot of overkill, but specifically at this ramp is so wide. It's so wide that the Colossus are actually being very efficient. Again, one of the reasons why you don't want too many Colossus is because they do this, right? Where all the lasers stack in one location and you just waste DPS. But the spread here was working in favor of MaNa. Oh, God. You see MaNa, he's like, why do these guys stop making Colossus? Just keep making more, baby. True, true. Oh, does overextend. He will lose most of the Colossi. But overall, MaNa does our trade. We reinforce with mass zealots. Reinforce the Gateway army. Ryung attempting to re-expand. MaNa, here comes the ground switch. Into Storm, more Head Templar, Immortals. Still going back to Colossus though. He's crazy. Clearly just watch War of the Worlds. Don't they lose? Is War of the Worlds the one where they just die from water? Is it? Oh no. Someone give Ryung a bucket. Give him a bucket back. That's 14 SCVs go down. Get him a hose. Ah. Spoilers for a gig old movie. It's okay. There's no Navy in SC2. True, true. Was it? I'm trying to remember. Was it the water that killed that killed them in War of the Worlds, or was it like just the atmosphere? Was it like over time they just couldn't deal with the Earth's atmosphere? Maybe both. It's been a long time. It was a disease. Yeah, but like it was a disease, but like it wasn't man-made. It was just like nature, right? Like it was just there. Like it wasn't something that was like created or anything like that. Anyway, the lasers just keep on going. GG gets called, and MaNa, he does overwhelm, does claim game number 1. GG. What does we kill the aliens in size? Okay, the other one, yes. They all blend together, baby. They blend together. But GG, well played. With that, MaNa does claim the first game here. A crazy game, committing into 7 Colossus, and he just kept making the Colossus, baby. He's crazy. Just kept on going. And again, because of his spread, because of the wide arc that we had available at the 4th base, the Colossus were being very efficient. As I was trying to emphasize before, usually a high Colossus count, it does give diminishing returns just because there's a lot of overkill, where the lasers, they kind of all stack up in one location, so you're wasting a lot of DPS. But we had a very, very nice spread from MaNa, very efficient engagement there with the 7 Colossus, and he just mowed his way through Ryung. On top of that, I will say that Ryung undermade Vikings. I was concerned about the switch into Skytoss because Ryung saw the 6 Colossus. He saw 6 Colossus ahead of time, so that should have prompted a greater reaction to Vikings, but he only had 7. He had as many Vikings as there were Colossus. So yeah, that was a little bit on Ryung there, just not really respecting the amount of Colossus and not respecting the setup. And GG. GG. Yeah. GG all played. So getting into game number 2. Just regular nature. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I was saying that that it wasn't like a man-made virus. It was just again like the atmosphere. It was just like it was just nature. Easy. But here we go. Here we go. We're going to be getting to our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the it was Nature and Tom Cruise. True. It was he was the dad, right? Like, in the top left-hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is MaNa. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. We have the South Korean Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. This analogy was saying Terran is the disease, right? Well, I mean, in this analogy, they wouldn't be because the Ryung died. He did die horribly. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see if he can bounce back. We shall see. As we do have MaNa moving out, does move out. Welcome one and all to Ruby Rock. Ruby Rock is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Shorter rush distance by ground. Aggression here is favored, and we'll see how aggressive our players plan on being. Go. As last game, we had Ryung fighting for his 4th base, and it took him so long to claim his 4th. Winding it back a little bit, quickly discussing that last game, it did feel like Ryung was meant to get a faster 4th, but if you remember, he canceled the 4th base. He canceled his unit building it, as he will lose 1 SCV. Oof. And he threw down 3 more Raxes. Remember, he threw down 3 more Raxes, which told me, like, oh, is he going to go for an all-in? But then he went for a very, very late 4th expansion, which was canceled as well because of how late it was, because of how low HP it was. So yeah, there's a lot that came into play there, and Ryung had a very rough mid-game. He had a very economic early game, but the mid-game was lacking there for Ryung. And in the end, MaNa was able to abuse him. We'll see how that does change. Here we go. Here we go, as we do have our take of choice. Twilight Council open out to MaNa this time. Interesting. Remember, last game, it was a Stargate into Oracle into Colossus. This time, Twilight Council most likely into Blink. Looks to be a much more standard setup here at MaNa. Much more standard. Here we go. Setup there from Ryung. Does turn back the Stalker. As without a bunker here for safety, Ryung, he's being bullied behind this. The Cyclone is on the way. Before the Cyclone can pop out, he's going to lose a Mule. Yeah, Mules, SCVs, control of his natural. Strong start for MaNa as Ryung is getting punished and abused here for his lack of defensive setup. Oof. No, surely there's a Cyclone. No, the Cyclone goes down. Is that game? That might just be game here. Every Marine is going to go down. He's going to lose all the Marines. He'll still lose control of the natural. There's no second cyclone. He only made one. No, early one. This was not meant to kill, by the way. Oh god. Yeah, MaNa takes over the natural. Ryung forced to evacuate. MaNa, he's like, what the hell's going on? Like, what? He was just chilling back at home, transitioning. A little bit supply blocked. Ooh, as MaNa got a little bit too excited. But a very rough start here for Ryung. Losing 9 Marines, 3 SCVs, and 1 Cyclone for nothing. For 1 probe. Like, look at the efficiency here. Ay, ay, ay. Very rough start for Ryung. Again, he chose to go for a later Cyclone. He chose not to get a safety bunker. Like, Ryung was cutting corners here early on, and he was abused. And Ryung's in a rough position. At this point, he has to make a decision here. He's going into Cloak Banshee, into tank production. We might see him throw down extra Raxes and commit on 2 bases. Otherwise, this Cloak Banshee has a lot of work to do. As Ryung is stumbling his way into game 2. Oh no. Meanwhile, MaNa's moving out. Behind this, how many gateways? 2? 2, soon to be 3. So 3 gateways. Blink is done as well. MaNa does push. Because of Blink, he can always bypass the natural, head straight into the main base. There's a tank in between the bases, but there is an opening here into the main. We can always blink in and go further into the main base. MaNa, where are we headed? Oh, blinks in. Wants a tank. Does want the tank. First tank goes down. He gets 1. Doesn't get the other. Yeah, messy here from MaNa. Ryung here does defend. It was just unfortunate timing. MaNa blinked in as the second tank popped out of the production. So it was unfortunate. At the same time, Banshee does get across the map. There's a shield battery in position. Observers on the way. And MaNa rotates. Rotates to the natural. Takes out the bunker. Bunker goes down. Stalkers, they threaten the mineral line. Remember, there is no stim. Oh my god. Yeah, no stim. Medevac gets sniped. And Ryung is struggling. Rough losses here as the Banshee got no damage done across the map. Banshee was deflected. Ryung is stuck at home. And MaNa's just all over him. Este MaNa. I didn't get to touch on it either, but Ryung and MaNa are actually some of the oldest players, like, in current StarCraft nowadays. Like, they've been around for a long time. Both been here from wings. It's great to see them still here, of course, competing at a high level. Tank goes down, MaNa's overwhelming. And MaNa's is critical damage. Already critical damage here. 9 SCVs going down. Ay, ay, ay. And catching up the Banshee. MaNa, calm down. And Ryung behind this getting a 3rd CC. This tells us that he doesn't want to go for an all-in. He's trying to macro out of this, but so many losses already. Too many losses. Not like this. And from here, MaNa just has to calm down. MaNa can do whatever he wants, to be honest. He can just get a 4th base, get a 5th base, tech up into Storm, throw down a 2nd Robo, and just go Mass Colossus again if you really want to. Like, he has the option. MaNa has a lot of freedom. A lot of freedom here. And MaNa, there's no reason to push in either. Like, there's no reason to try to break this entrenched position. Just wait for Ryung to move out. Wait for Ryung to get a 3rd. Just wait for the expansion. Diving on forward. Storm in the bio. Tanks are not being targeted down, so miscontrol here by MaNa. decent storms, but it looks like Ryung, he should hold on. Oh my, oh no, he runs into the storm. Takes the storm to the face. But a messy fight there from MaNa. Again, he chose not to focus on the tanks, so the tanks were just getting free damage the entire time. So again, not a bad fight here from Ryung. Something went his way. But MaNa can afford to make mistakes. It's still fine. He can afford it. Now getting a 5th expansion. Getting ready for wave 2. We also mentioned how he didn't have to push into the natural, so better defensive setup there for Ryung. And he's going for it. Show us the storms. Zeltic laps in. Massive, the prism goes down. Only one storm. Only one storm. Again, a messy engagement from MaNa. And MaNa, he does barely get on top of the tanks. Both tanks will go down. But Ryung holds. Yeah, Ryung holds on. MaNa, again, does overextend. He lost 2 item without a single storm going off. It was 3 item in total. He only ended 1 storm. And Ryung, he wins a 2nd fight in the row. He does take a 2nd fight. Ryung, he's recovering. He's bouncing back in this game. Like, MaNa, we gotta calm down, papi. We gotta. Here comes wave 3. Uh-oh. He's gonna keep going. He's just smashing his face against a brick wall and again, choosing not to take up. He could be taking right now. Again, he does get on top of the tank this time. Okay, better fight. Much better fight. Takes down the tank, gets into the mineral line. 3rd time's the charm. Let's go. Here comes the warp in. Ooh, the warp in is denied. Warp in is barely denied, but he gets into the mineral line anyway. So Ryung, he will defend. Ryung will clean this up, but at a cost of every SCV at the 3rd. 20 SCV kills. This was worth it for MaNa. GG gets called. MaNa, he'll take the series 2-0, taking down Ryung. GG. Whew. GG, well played. A very, very messy game is what I very messy, but overall, MaNa, he was able to get a massive lead early on. Again, the efficiency was crazy, killing all the SCVs, killing the Marines, and taking control of the natural as well. Ryung, he had a very, very rocky start, stumbling his way into the mid game, stumbling his way into the 3rd base. Did take some better fights towards the end, but he had a crippled economy, so he couldn't afford these trades. MaNa could. MaNa, he could take a bad fight, remax, rebuild, take another bad fight. Just keep doing it, and eventually just whittle away at Ryung. GG, well played. Whew. And with that, we have our next series getting ready for us here. Up next, we have. Up next, we do have our next matchup. It is going to be a ZVP. Un momento here. Yeah, it is going to be ZVP between Serral and sOs. Taking a break from the TVPs for the time being. Again, we featured Serral earlier against Ryung, and now we'll see how he fares against sOs. Let's go. A bit of a change of pace here, as we have a Zerg versus Protoss. Let's go. I'm ready. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Ruby Rock, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Green Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is sOs. Let's go. Ooh, let us go. Again, sOs, he of course recently came back to the game. I say recently, like a year ago at this point, maybe just over a year ago. Has been kind of working his way back up. I will still say that sOs still has some room to grow and room to improve for sure, but he has been devoting a little bit more time to StarCraft as of late. Ever since joining Streamer Zone, sOs has been getting a lot of travel support to go to more tournaments, and as a result, he has been again devoting more time to competing and to improving. Now he is up against the best Zerg player in the world, so it's going to be difficult for anyone to go against Serral. We'll see if sOs has something special up his sleeve. I did mention previously in the broadcast that sOs, he's not as chaotic and he's not as aggressive and he's not as cheesy as he used to be. He does have a big reputation from years gone by of being very unorthodox and being very tricky as an opponent, but in current and modern StarCraft that is less the case, less so than previously. Despite that, we'll see if he does bring something different to the table. We'll see if he does try to catch Serral off guard. And it is possible to do so. Again, we did cast Hero not too long ago in the Ryung Cup, 3-0 Serral. He did take down Serral 3-0 not too long ago in January, and a lot of that was based off of these earlier charge timings, was based off of catching Serral with his pants down, so it is possible to do so. We'll see if sOs can pull a hero. We shall see. Speaking of, okay, we do have a proxy pylon here towards the south side of the map. There are a couple of options. This could be a proxy Stargate. I'm not fond of proxy Stargate play in PvZ just because your Stargate and your Oracles are so crucial and so important getting into the mid game. So if this is Stargate, I'm not too fond of it. Otherwise, we could see a Twilight Council instead. But yeah, there it is, Stargate. Okay. It's a big gamble. It's a big gamble, a big risk. So going for a proxy Stargate, on the one hand, it allows you to get your Oracle into the main base faster for economic damage. True. So you can catch the Zerg player with their pants down and deal critical damage in the main. The problem with this, as we mentioned, is that Oracles, they are not just designed to harass, they're designed to keep you safe. Right? They scout, they do damage, they defend the third base, they provide a lot of utility. And he gets scattered. He gets scattered early on. Not like this. And for this Stargate to be seen, for this Stargate to go down early, I mean, that is a massive blow for sOs getting into a longer game. Oh boy, that's unfortunate. Serral, he's going to be getting ready. So far, just keeping up with the Adept. sOs, he should get at least one Oracle out, maybe 2 Oracles before the Stargate gets depowered. We'll see. First Oracle does zoom in. Spore is halfway done. And sOs, you might still find some damage here. That's going to be turned away. And the Spore, wow, is done in time. Queens, they rotate towards the natural. The Oracle does commit, getting 1, getting 2. Not even. Getting 1. 1 drone goes down. Second Oracle's on the way, so it does get up to double Oracle at least. And sOs most likely would have to stay here at the proxy to keep it alive to get a third Oracle. Ooh, no third. No third base. If the Oracle does defend, we see a Gateway Explosion, Twilight Council. This feels like Glaive Adepts. Feels like Glaives here. Serral rallies over. Getting on top of the pylon. Once again, wasting energy. And shows the upgrade of choice. Is it Glaives or Charge? Or Blink? And again, in my mind, it should be Glaives. He's got the money for it. He's got minerals and gas. He's banking up quite a lot, actually. There it is. Glaives has begun. This is late. So late Glaives here. It was delayed by a good amount of seconds. No sOs, we got to lock in. And Serral gets a pylon. Oh. As soon as you get the pylon, behind this, Serral, he is making a wave of lings. Scouts how late the third base is. So far, these are vanilla Adepts. Hey, the Stargate is still alive. But you can see the downside here. You can see that the Oracles are stuck defending, and they've wasted all their energy defending the pylon as well, which eventually falls. Whereas otherwise these Oracles could have been harassing, dealing damage, trying to scout. Overlord does confirm the lack of Forge. Massive ups are revealed. No, Kimitsu to adepts and we'll lose them. Both adepts do go down. The oracles, they do hit the third. Okay, 4 or 5 drone kills, not bad. Not bad damage here by SOS. Does find some damage. Oh, thank God. So I was concerned he was going to shade. I was concerned, Pat. As SOS is going to be shut down, and Serral will defend. And cleans up all the adepts. Meanwhile, the third base back at home is looking much more exposed. Remember, because of Glaives, Blink is late. Blink is delayed, so these Stalkers are much more vulnerable. Here comes Serral's counterattack. And we'll see if we can catch out the Stalkers. Uh-oh. Attempted. Does spot the army. But there's another warp in. Again, we're playing with fire right now. SOS being active without Blink is risky. Meanwhile, Ling dropping to the natural. Serral building up his own Ling Hydra. As things get into the middle line, Prob's going to be going down. The hatchery is low, but you got transfuse. Yeah, transfuses are available. Blink is still not yet done. As Lings, they slip into the main, finding more damage. 7 probes go down. Blink is almost done. Almost ready. But SOS is being outscaled. Against Mass Swing Stalker, Ling Hydra is ideal. Is ideal at that. No. As the oracles go down and they're not going to be replaced, so no oracles left. That means that these Stalkers are exposed. There's less support. Going for Stalker aggression like this is usually coinciding with oracles, with stasis traps, with pulsar beams to deny any kind of links around. That's no longer the case. Another link drop into the natural. And Serral is breaking out. Breaking out. Just waiting for more Zerglings. Even without them, just stepping forward. SOS didn't even use the target he defended. Yeah, if he got a third Oracle, that would have been fine. But because he didn't, like, it was just a bit of a waste. In regards to the energy. Oh, as while he was distracted, Bailings, they get into the mineral line. That's a kill on a cancel. Kills the Nexus. Gets into the mineral line as well. SOS just being pulled apart. And Serral looking comfortable. He's about to max. He's on his way. Building up more Ling Hydra. Infestation bit for Hive Tech for potentially lurkers. As Lings, they collapse in. Again, you can see Stalkers, they just cannot fight this. They cannot fight head on. They cannot engage with Ling Hydra. Let's go, bye, let's go. Just nothing but mass Stalker. Yes, once again, god damn it. Once again, Bailings get in. This time there weren't really many probes to kill, but 10 probes go down. Still no saturation. GG gets called, and Serral, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. And as he takes the first game, a big shout out to Vindicta Miguelito, papi. Ay, ay, ay. Thanks so much. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. Gracias, papi. Gracias. Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. As we are here covering HomeStory Cup Revolution Retake 28. We're covering the group stage. We're covering Group B. And we are mid-series here in Serral versus SOS. After the series, we'll be covering Ryung versus SOS as well. We'll get there. We will get there. But Serral does take a lead, and SOS does stumble out the gate here. Again, I wasn't really too fond of the initial build. A proxy Stargate in PvZ is just very, very risky, and again, it can often hurt you more than help you. We saw that in the last game, but it was also just really unfortunate that Serral scouted. Remember, Serral, he scouted the proxy almost immediately. Almost immediately. So just a very rough start there for SOS, but here we go. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Winter Madness. We have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Here we go. Whew. As we are going to be opening up. And we'll see what kind of build SOS goes for this time. Again, it was at least fun to see that he did mix things up a little bit by going for the proxy. He will not be going proxy Stargate again. No shot. But we could see early Twilight Council into Glaive Adepts. We could see an early charge build. We could see committed Blink. But we are loading into a larger map is the issue. Welcome to Winter Madness. Winter Madness is one of the larger maps in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground, more defendable 3 and 4 bases as well, and we often do see longer games on Winter Madness. We could try to take advantage of that, and we could see SOS try to rush into a Fleet Beacon, into a Tempest Rush, for example. Like, that has been seen, and that can be effective. We'll see. Up to SOS. There we go. And we do have our take of choice. This is going to be a Stargate opener, this time back at home. So standard opener so far out of SOS, going for the Stargate. Very interesting placement when it comes to the pylon. Usually you don't really throw down the pylon this far back unless you plan on doing something more sinister with this. Stargate is standard, but we could go for a Void Ray opener instead. The rationale behind... Oh, never mind. The Overlord is going to be denied. I was going to say the rationale typically with hiding your Stargate like this is to lure the Overlord further into your bases to secure the kill. But the Overlord scout is going to be denied anyway, as SOS did open Stalker. The other option here is that SOS, he might bank his Oracles. He might bank them. So here comes our first Oracle. We don't have a rally yet. My assumption here is that he's going to keep his Oracle at home and then get a second Oracle as well. Now, the purpose of this, and the reason why this Stalker is really crucial, is that typically when you open up Stalker like this, it's because you're going for a Twilight Council. There's less of a chance... No! Okay. Deny the scout. There's less of a chance that you're going for a Stargate. Otherwise, why make the Stalker? So we'll see if he does... Nah, he doesn't bank. Never mind. Well, he goes Void Ray after the Oracle? Okay. you have my attention, Patty. You have my attention. Curious. Curious. Here to kill the Overlord. What? Okay. Okay. Show us what you got. I'm ready. I'm ready. Let him cook, Patty. Let him cook. The Oracle does threaten a dive. Void Ray will be hunting down Overlords. That is a fast Twilight Council, true, that is fast. My mind is thinking Glaive Adepts. I'm thinking Glaives here. The Void Ray has less DPS output, so fun fact, an Oracle would be better to defend here. Lings get us around, and SOS might just cancel. Yeah, there's nothing to defend. A second Oracle would hold against this, but there is no second Oracle. There's a cancellation. A rough start here for SOS. Yeah, he's racing back home with his first Oracle. The Void Ray does potentially get a Queen. Sorry, does get an Overlord. No, the chance to use. Gets another Overlord. Supply block Serral. Show us Glaives. There it is. And SOS is committed. Again, SOS, he's still stuck on on 2 bases. SOS committing into Glaives. And we'll see if he can pull this off. Unfortunately, Serral's playing safe. Roach Warren. Roach Warren is on the way, so Serral, he is playing safe. He has access to Roaches. Serral, I'm sure, is also aware that, hey, you know, your third base is heavily delayed. The Void Ray is kind of weird. Like, something is going on. We'll see. As you can see here, SOS, he's banking up those adepts. He's keeping them hidden. If Serral drones up too hard and if Serral doesn't make any roaches, then hey, these adepts, they can pop up. They have potential. He fakes a second void. Okay. Okay. Fakes the second Void Ray. I appreciate it. I don't think I've seen this before. He's trying to make it look like he's committing into a higher Void Ray count. We have a Spire on the way. Ooh, Serral's being greedy. Spending his gas on the Spire. No roaches. Serral, he does manage to wall up though. And as they make their way in, he tries to commit. Oh, he gets locked down. He barely gets locked down here. Serral does fully wall off. Queens to engage. Oh, one queen goes down. Yeah, one queen falls. SOS does shade into the third base. Serral quick to shade, quick to pull away. Quick to evacuate. Roach production has begun. Now, this Spire can end the game. These adepts, because they've dealt 0 damage, they have killed nothing. They've traded against Lings. They've killed one queen. The Spire not being scouted does mean that SOS is very vulnerable. Why is that? No blink. Remember, blink is late because of Glaives. So the anti-air here is lacking. There are Stalkers, but they're going to be less mobile. There's potential for Mutas to pop off. There's potential. But now though, adepts to make their way in. Getting a queen. Does get a queen. Void Ray does fall. And here it is. 6 Mutas are being made. 6 Mutas, that is enough to one-shot probes. Is enough. It's another queen. And it looks like it's not going to be mass Muta. It's only going to be 6 Mutas just to harass, just to poke in and deal some critical damage while switching into mass roaches. And again, SOS did not get into the natural, so he hasn't seen. He has not scouted. He does have a good amount of Stalkers that he's been building up to defend against the roaches. Blink is almost done. So SOS, he will have a standing army. But the Mutas are coming. Oh, they get scouted. Okay. Nice movement here by SOS. No, he's making use of hallucinations in a really interesting way. I appreciate it. I don't think it's going to really help too much, but I noticed. And I appreciate. Stalkers, they recall back home. They have Blink, and so far they're keeping up with the Mutas, getting 1, getting 2 Muta kills, and so far the Mutas, they have not been worth it. Down to 3 Mutas. And they kill 3 probes. 4. Oof. Yeah, 4 probes go down, and every Muta does fall. Meanwhile, Serral, he's pushing. He's pushing out with his Ling Ravager. Again, it was only a harassing force. I will say this is a better follow-up from SOS as he completely shuts down the Mutas. Nice defense. Oh, God. But it may not matter. The 4th base is cancelled. And Serral is looking to build up. Looking to build up here with Ling Roach Ravager. Serral is still in a better position. Hive is now on the way. Interesting. Getting his Hive. Nice catch with the force field. As SOS is posturing. I don't really see SOS pushing deep on creep, but he can maybe deny the space. Okay. He can look to deny the expansion. Whilst they do graze the army. Oh god. Yeah, the choke when here working against SOS. And Serral's about to max out. He's about to max out. No, we got the solo run by. Let's go. Oof, as these are expensive losses here. That's what 4 or 5 stalkers being bled out. Oh no, the friendly fire. Oh, never mind. There listens away, and Serral actually interesting going into ultras. Okay, ultras, that's the tech of choice. Slow lots, they arrive. There are banelings ready and waiting. I'm ready. And to be honest, Serral, he doesn't have to wait. He doesn't have to wait for ultras. The biggest hurdle here for SOS is just like last game, he has no splash damage. There's no storm, there's no colossus, no disruptors, no splash damage. He's got a couple of archons and they will help. But it's less than ideal against a mass link game composition. Serral does collapse in, catches the archon. So keeping up with the zealots. They're stuck on Moo command. And SOS blink is on cooldown. Ta-da! He blinked forward. He blinked into creep. And SOS he plummets in supply. So he's just getting all the tech, kind of splating. Greater spires on the way as well. Why not? Getting all the tech. So he's ready for the Zealot run by. And here come the ultras back. The ultras are coming. Finally, we see Storm. Storm is on the way. We have a fleet beacon on the way. Like SOS, he is teching up, but it does feel too little too late. Serral is already knocking down that front door. And Banelings, they break through the side defense. Lings, they're pushing into the mineral line. There's only 2 Archons here standing in his way. And Serral looks like he has broken the 4th. Yeah, it breaks on through. Down to 2 Archons, down to 1. Da-da. 1 Archon left, Lings get into the mineral line, every probe goes down, GG gets called, and Serral, he will take the series 2-0, taking down SOS. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral does claim the series. Again, SOS, he had some interesting builds and interesting ideas. I did appreciate his use of hallucinations, for example. Like here in this last game, we saw like a hallucinated Void Ray to make it look like he was making more Void Rays. We saw hallucinated War Prism as well, just to make it look like he was looking to harass and counterattack. There's some nice like cheeky moves. But when it came to the grander scheme of things, unfortunately, the build did fall on its face. Remember, he went Oracle into Void Ray. Because he made a Void Ray and not a second Oracle, he was forced to cancel his third. Remember, he could not defend his third base. There was just too many Lings. The Void Ray was out of position. Oracles are faster, they're more mobile, and they provide more DPS output as well when it comes to defending with Lings or defending against Lings. So just a really shaky start into Glaive Adepts, but Serral, he was already playing safe, already getting a Roach Warren, and he did wall off in time. So he shut down the Adepts. The Adepts, they killed a Queen, and I think that's it. Like a Queen and Lings. Like they traded with the army, no economic damage. I will say that SOS did defend well against the Mutas. He shut them down hard, but he was behind in other aspects with the later third base, with the later tech, with the smaller army, with the worse economy. So despite that, Serral was still looking very comfortable. Still looking comfortable. GG. GG, well played. With that, that leads into the final series of the broadcast. We're going back to the TVPs. It is going to be some Korean on Korean action. Ryung versus sOs. Let's go. As we load it into 10,000 feet. Oh boy. I'm getting some PTSD. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of 10,000 feet, we have the South Korean Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player. The blue Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. With the South Korean Protoss player representing Streamer Zone, it is sOs. Let's go. Here we go. We're getting into our final series of the broadcast. The final best of 3, baby. We made it. We made it. Oh. Hello. Curious if that means anything. Ryung, he did set a camera location here on the right hand side. I could imagine him maybe going for a proxy starport here, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe he just was looking at the view. Maybe. Or maybe just setting up his camera hotkey locations for a longer later game. We'll see if he pans back over to it. For now though, we're settling in. We are going to be settling in. And now we have our gate expander, standard setup here by sOs. And meanwhile, economic open out of Ryung, going racks expand. Single gas opener. But again, welcome to 10,000 feet. 10,000 feet is one of the smaller maps of the map pool. Aggression can be favored here. I will say that your initial 4-base setup is very defendable. Your natural, your 3rd, and your 4th base, it can be very difficult to break a turtling player on 10,000 feet. MaNa was able to achieve so, if you recall, with Mass Colossus. He had 7 Colossi back, and this is where MaNa was able to break Ryung. We'll see how sOs will approach this. As Ryung does go Marine first into the reactor, does skip his Reaper, and do we go for a 3rd CC? Ryung, he has been very fond of these 3cc builds, and he did do so against MaNa on this very map as well. Yeah, he is. Yeah, Ryung, he's banking up. Eyes are on this worker, and he is going for a very fast 3rd command center. So 3cc 3 racks for the 3rd time this broadcast, for the 3rd time, maybe even 4th time, but for the 3rd time, hyper greed out of Ryung. So no, he's not he's not going for any kind of weird proxy here at top right. Looks like he was just looking at the view. Okay. So 3cc 3 racks. As a reminder here, this is a very economic, very greedy build. It does leave you very vulnerable to aggression early on, but it does allow you to boost into the mid game with a greater economy. sOs back at home, going for 2 more gates. Oh, hyper aggression. 1 gate in the main base, 2 gates here at the natural before any tech, going for the proxy as well. sOs is being hyper aggressive, and can he punish Ryung? I believe he can. Remember, Ryung, because of this build, he is delaying his 2nd racks, he's delaying his factory, he's delaying like cyclones, tanks, even the bio army is going to be very small here, and if Ryung doesn't get a safety bunker, then Ryung, he might just die. We'll see. As we're waiting for the warpins, waiting for the aggression. As sOs is going to be on 3 gates. He's not getting a proxy 4th gateway. Just 3. And I should also emphasize as well that sOs needs to get damage with this. Why is that? As he's now warping in. The reasoning for this is because sOs, he has no tech. It's a big delay on the Twilight Council or Robo or Stargate or whatever the tech was going to be, but a big delay here on the upgrades in favor of all these gateways. Oh, he's going for a 3rd Nexus? This is a crazy build. 3 gates into a 3rd base, into a late tech structure, into late Twilight Council. Okay, interesting. Stalkers, they should bully these Marines. Boys are being pulled. Gets 2 Marines so far. So 2 Marines go down, and that does shade into the mineral line. It does shade in. And you can see here the army just being bullied. As we mentioned, like, Ryung is being very greedy here. His bunker is being thrown down as a reaction, as a response, not preemptively. 9 SCVs go down. And with the Marauders, Ryung should eventually hold, but these are some hefty losses, right? There's a lot of losses here early on. Those 9 SCVs and 9 Marines. Here comes another warp in, but the bunker should defend. SOS, he should not be able to break this. Not anymore. If the warp in was a little bit faster and a little bit earlier, then maybe he could have denied the bunker entirely. If the bunker was denied, then SOS just breaks the natural. But in the end, Ryung holds. Ryung, he does hold on. A shaky defense here by Ryung, but he does hold. Back at home, we see SOS claiming his third base and going to charge. Now, the advantage here of what SOS has done, first things first, I will say that this opener has been successful so far by SOS. He has dealt a lot of economic damage and a lot of main army damage as well. But more importantly, because of SOS's faster third base, he's not going to be punished because of Ryung's build. Ryung going for a faster CC means he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home, so SOS can freely expand, and SOS is not punished for not having Blink or Charge or any of these upgrades. So far I'm preferring SOS's position. So far. Ryung, he will eventually, take his third. But Ryung doesn't have the boosted economy that he otherwise would have wanted. So the pressure's on Ryung, for sure. The pressure's on Ryung. He's being somewhat active, but typically he shouldn't be pushing without his medevacs. The starport is still finishing into an add-on swap into reactor medevac production. The early charge build here by SOS tells me that he can reinforce his zealots and push in. Yep, there we go. He's warping in the zealots. So SOS, he's still applying more pressure. This time Stim is done. There's a decent bio army here. I don't know if SOS can actually break the third, to be honest. I'm not certain he has enough here. He may. That is a lot of zealots. Can he force field? If he can force field and lock down the army, then maybe. And zealots take a lapse in. Tells lock down one marauder. Yeah, just one. But he does get the SCVs. Yeah, nice force fields, locks down all the workers, zones back the army, and does outposition. He outpositions Ryung. Kills 2 mules, kills 6 SCVs. Shouldn't kill the CC. Oh, no shot. He's luring him out. Oh, he lures him out. He's ever stimmed. And so SOS has done it. SOS has done it. He catches out the army. Collapsing in. The first tank has right. It's going to go down instantly. And SOS, he will break the natural. The natural has fallen. GG gets called. And SOS, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. And again, a very unique build here by SOS, going for the 3-gate opener into the faster Nexus. I will say that this build specifically did work so well because of Ryung's greed. Remember, because Ryung went for a fast third CC and went for a late factory and late starport, Ryung could not punish. He could not counterattack after defending. He was stuck at home. He was stuck at home. So this was almost, I don't want to say a hard counter from SOS, but it just looked, the build itself, and SOS himself looked at his best because of what Ryung was doing, because of his initial build of choice. GG. GG, well played. So again, SOS was able to abuse the more greedier, the more economic build here by Ryung. And now we're getting into game number 2. We're getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Title Citadel. We have the South Korean Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Vitality. It is Ryung. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player. We have the South Green Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is SOS. Go. Yeah, as we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if Ryung goes for another greedy build. We'll see if he does cut some corners once again. Welcome to Title Citadel. Title Citadel is a bit of an awkward map here. I will say that typically, traditionally in TVP, this map does favor Protoss. The goal base is usually a base that belongs to the Protoss player. As in a longer and later game, the Protoss will gain map control and will take control of the gold. So we often do see Title Citadel vetoed. It is often a vetoed map. Curious to see how Ryung will approach. Curious. From here, we are going to be settling in. So far, just racks expand into factory. Hey, for the first time this series, we have a factory after the racks, not a third CC. So this time, a much more standard build out of Ryung. Much more standard opener. Hello, SOS. As SOS does hide his probe here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Ryung, he's searching for him. Nada. Oh. Ryung, he does check the gold location, but he will not find the probe. Yeah, barely not. Doesn't find the worker. With this, we could actually hide the tech of choice, but if that was the case, we would have already seen a pylon. Yeah, the pylon would already be thrown down. Oh. Same build. Huh. Okay, same build here. 3-gate opener out of SOS into, I would imagine, a proxy pylon. I don't like this 2 games in a row though. Just to emphasize once again, this worked really well in game 1 because Ryung went 3CC. This time Ryung is going for a Jesus. He's going for a racks into factory into double racks solo. This is a 2-base all in. I favor Ryung here. I do favor Ryung, especially if SOS gets a third. If he goes 3-gate into a third again, then the turns are gonna table, and SOS he will not be able to defend. He's doing it. No shot. Oh god. So I thought in game 1 that SOS was like mind gaming Ryung and was able to like meta game a little bit and just assume that Ryung would be hyper greedy. But if this is SOS's go-to build, then he is in danger here. Show us that Nexus. Pylon gets seen. They get scouted. Yeah, there's the Nexus. Oh boy. Now, to be fair, Ryung doesn't know. Ryung, he hasn't scouted. So if Ryung is too passive, if Ryung doesn't, he should be moving out with stim though. Like this is building up towards a +1 stim timing, and you can maybe even pull the boys. Like Ryung, he's setting up quite well. We'll bleed out 3 SCVs. But hey, he's got his Cyclone. Bunker is finishing up. Marauder has arrived. Ryung does bleed out 5 SCVs, but he does hold. And remember, SOS is being hyper greedy behind this into a Twilight Council. Remember, this is the same build 2 games in a row, but a very different kind of Terran build out of Ryung. That's what I should emphasize. Now, the hallucination does confirm how late the starport is. There is a starport though, which means Ryung, he probably won't pull the boys. Usually, if there's no starport, then you can pull the boys and commit into your stim all in. But here with the starport, there's a higher chance that Ryung does expand eventually, as he'll be waiting for his medevacs. Ooh, DT. Okay, going for the Dark Shrine. SOS, he's scouted, so he knows that aggression is coming his way. I do like this response. DTs can actually work really well defensively here, just because there's a high chance that the Terran doesn't have any scans, right? If there's no scans, then the push is going to be delayed. It will delay Ryung. That's what he's warping in, getting into his own charge. True, the fact that he's going charge and not blink is also ideal against aggression. That's true. Ryung is pushing. Gets spotted by the Zonaga tower. SOS knows. And Ryung, he needs to find damage here, otherwise he will fall behind. The problem is that Ryung isn't committing. Like, if you remember, I assumed that he was building up into a 2-base all-in, but he's not. He's expanding, getting a 3rd CC, so he's only going to be harassing. It's a lighter commitment. And he's trading well. He gets a cannon, picks up all the zealots. Again, Ryung, he does trade well. Forced to pick up, does abandon some of his units. Ryung pulls away. DTs, they do get into the base, 7 SCV kills. Oh no! Yeah, they get into the middle lands here. 7 SCVs go down. DTs, they force Ryung all the way back home. We're still getting more damage, by the way. No scans. 9 SCVs, 10. Yeah, 10 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Ryung just getting torn apart. And Ryung falls behind quite heavily here. Ryung has a later 3rd base, crippled economy. The purpose of his build was to hit with Stimmen +1, but he didn't commit, and the drop did get some damage, yes, but not enough. And SOS is going for the gold. Oof. He's going for the gold base. Ryung does get into the mineral line. Takes down the Archosaurus pylon. Delays +1. One's delayed, 2nd forge is on the way. Again, SOS does have a lot of momentum at the moment. And his gold is up and running. Ay, ay, ay. I did mention this at the start of the game, how typically Title Citadel does favor Protoss, as it is common for Protoss players to take the gold and to maintain it. But SOS is out of position. His army here is reacting to the drop. His army defends the drop. The main army of Ryung does move in. And this recall. It does recall over. Oh, it does recall in time. Brutal mine shots. We need more zealots. And SOS holds. Yeah, SOS he does defend. He can even chase down the army. He can chase him down. Blinks on forward, going for the Medivacs. There's 3 Medivacs left. Oh. Down to 3. SOS he maintains his gold. And soon we'll have Colossus. The Colossi are coming. From here we're calming down. SOS getting his own 5th. 5th base is on the way. Ryung trying to stabilize. He's still stuck on a very bio-heavy composition here, but now we're getting a 2nd starport into more Vikings to deal with the Colossus. So Ryung, he's slowly refining his composition. I would say that SOS should just take it slow. There's no reason to push into the 3rd. We just take it slow. SOS should just mass expand. Yep, throw down spotter pylons all over the place and max out and tech up. And really, SOS should only ever engage when Ryung expands. When Ryung ever tries to take a 4th base, that's when SOS can move in. Hello. And does run into the army, losing 2-3 Stalkers. Some expensive losses there for SOS. Taking out Stalkers. SOS switching into double Disruptor production. Okay. Into Mass Disruptor. Nice mine connections. As the Lomba is dealt with. As I mentioned before, like, there's no need to push in like this. SOS throwing away units. There's no need to try to break a turtling Terran on 3 bases. So Ryung, he outtrades. Does take better fights, outtrades SOS, punishes SOS for being overly aggressive. And SOS needs to calm down. Just calm down, tech up. Focus on upgrades, star +3. Get a 3rd Robo or get a Fleet Beacon. Like, this wouldn't be a bad time for a Fleet Beacon and +1 air attack. Or Stargate, +1 air attack. Ryung's taking his 4th. This is when SOS needs to start applying pressure. Yeah, the 4th base is spotted. And we have 2 Liberators so far. And he commits in. Yeah, he does commit in, gets 1. 1 Liberator goes down, there's 1 left. Zealots, they trade well. Nova goes up. Ooh, massive connection. And SOS is breaking through. He does mainly lose Zealots, so a better trade here for SOS. Ryung does hold. Does hold, does defend. That's what we're missing. More Stalkers. Wait, what? Okay. Interesting. I guess we're thinking further ahead here. We're setting up to make sure that Ryung doesn't expand here towards the top side. This is just really early. Like, this is not helping. Like, this, not yet. Okay. Like, this could have been more next time, more bases, more tech as well. But sure, sure. Fun fact, this is all powered by 1 pylon, by the way. This just, it's a bit of a fun fact. Second pylon's on the way. True, true. As SOS is going to be pushing up the ramp. This is a bit much. So it's poking and trading, so be careful. If you remember, this is also why I mentioned previously that there would have been it was like what, 2-3 minutes ago, it would have been a good time for a Stargate +1 air attack, then Fleet Beacon, 2nd, 3rd Stargate to switch into Tempest, to be able to lay siege upon the turtling player. SOS is choosing to stay with Ground Toss. Blinks in. It does go for the dive. Novas, they do kill. Oh my god, massive connections. Novas are popping up. Disruptors are going to be thrown away. We need more Zealot reinforcements. And they're coming. The Zealots are trickling in. We need more Zealots. And looks like SOS, he has done it. He has broken the 3rd base. Another Nova goes off. Ryung, he was out of position. Ryung, he did kill the gold, but at a cost. And this base matters so much more here for Ryung. As Ryung, who lose 19 SCVs and the CC. And the expansion. As SOS claps in, blinks on forward, gets 1. Takes down the Liberator. Novas do connect. And SOS, he's done it. And this, oh god, he's so close. Barely not. If he had a War Prism, by the way, like, these reinforcements are actually they're actually quite delayed. They gotta get in there. Also, this outpost didn't really come into play, but it's fine. As SOS blinks in, takes down both Liberators. At this point, just bullying Ryung. SOS, he's done it, Pappy. He's done it. I was giving him a hard time not taking up, but hey, he did in the end. He broke the base. He broke the third. Did overwhelm. Was able to catch Ryung out of position. DTs, they take down the planetary. And GG gets called. SOS has done it. GG. SOS who will claim the series 2-0, taking down Ryung. GG, well played. I feel like Ryung kind of wore himself out a little bit with his play style in this group stage. Like, again, stamina is definitely a thing, endurance is definitely a thing when it comes to these weekend tournaments. And if you remember Ryung, he had a crazy long series against Jumy earlier in the broadcast. It was like an hour and a half long best of 3. Like, it was crazy. Like, it was a very, very long series. Yeah, we saw Ryung attempt to be greedy at times as well. I will say that that was another aspect of it, of course, is that both against MaNa and against SOS, Ryung's greed was punished. It was punished, so he was denied these longer games, these longer and later games. Ryung, he was denied us. Whenever Ryung attempted to go 3 racks, we saw both MaNa and SOS punish. GG, well played. Do appreciate that this time SOS did adjust slightly here. He was able to claim the goal base, able to build up. I was favoring Ryung initially when I believed that he was going to go for a 2-base all-in, but once we saw that he was like instead getting a starport, then it's like, oh, he's just going to go for drop play, just going for some light aggression with drop play. He was going to try to macro out instead, and that meant that he had less presence on the map, and SOS got away with his greedy follow-up. He got away with his 3rd base and the goal base as well. GG, well played. As SOS does claim the series, and with that, so let's catch up on the bracket, man. Yeah. Let's catch up on our matches here tonight as we do wrap up Group B. Again, we did have a select 6 matches here for Group B, and we did have SOS. SOS took down Jumy 2-1 at the beginning of the broadcast. Serral took down Ryung 2-0. Ryung did play mech there. That was also a really long series. We had a lot of mech in that series. The first half of the broadcast was very draining. We had Ryung versus Jumy, as I mentioned before. That was a like hour and a half long best of 3, very long matches, very long games between Ryung and Jumy. We then had Ryung versus MaNa, where MaNa was able to punish the greed of Ryung. We had Ryung versus SOS and Serral versus SOS as well. GG, well played. As of course Serral does make it through, was the favorite player to make it through into the next round, and I want to say that SOS comes out alongside him as well, so GG, well played when it comes to the top 2 players making it through Group B. Meanwhile, when it comes to the rest of our schedule, when it comes to the rest of the upcoming matches, un momento here, bam. You can see our schedule here. We just wrapped up with our Friday morning cast. This evening, we will not have another cast scheduled. We're going to be taking this evening off. Really, that means that I have to schedule VODs, edit VODs, and get some more work done, as I've been unavailable to do so as of late. We then have RSL over the weekend. We have the Revival StarCraft League qualifiers for the Americas and Korean server on Saturday, so double broadcast of RSL Saturday morning and afternoon. We then have a HomeStory Cup Group C. Group C is going to be on Sunday, and Tuna Cup Sunday evening as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon. Plenty more to come. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We do appreciate it. So we're just going to be wrapping up here for the time being. Again, we're going to be back tomorrow with non-stop RSL action, and eventually we'll be catching up with, again, the rest of HomeStory Cup, Group C, Group D, and the playoffs. We'll slowly make our way through the group stage of HomeStory Cup, through the rest of the events, and eventually we'll be able to catch up with Little League Cup as well. We'll get there. We will get there. But again, we have a very stacked schedule for the next couple of weeks. We will eventually work through it all. GG, well played. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. We do appreciate it. If you want to support us, you can do so via Patreon, !Patreon in the chat. Our Patreon does fund our events on a regular basis. It funds Tuna Cup, Sea Duckling Open, and Masters 1 Open as well, all funded via Patreon. Likewise, you can support the players via Patreon as well. Otherwise, you can follow us on all the socials. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. Every single day we do have content on YouTube, so you can check out our VODs there if you wish. So you can check us out there. You can, if you, for example, want to watch Group A of HomeStory Cup, or the last season of RSL, or Thunderfire, or Rongi Cup. We've been covering a lot of big profile matches as of late, all on YouTube if you want to experience it then, if you missed it live. So check it out on YouTube. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Who's live at the moment? I don't see many people live. Historically, like typically like Sal is live, or I don't know, like Juggernaut Jason or Miguelito or Chanchito. True. Where are the people? Ah, they're playing Zero. True, the Zero Space demo. The demo is live at the moment. So I see a bunch of people playing Zero Space instead. For those who don't know, we spoke about this during the podcast yesterday, but Zero Space, they currently have a demo going on Steam for the next 3 days. 3 days. No campaign. It's 1v1, and I think some team games as well, like 2v2 and things of that nature. You're gonna be raid. Where are the people? Where are the people? We'll find someone to raid. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks so much for the support, and we'll see you guys next time. Ciao, bye, ciao. See you next time. Hasta luego.